I did not get the message yet, but I can maybe answer your question right now. Whatever the question is.
Well, we have to start. I know.
I will be saying something about that tonight. All right, I'll give you a call tomorrow. I'm actually a junior this year.
Oh, well then you know it.
I still go to high school. I think so. No, so I had a little interesting. I think
Oh, good. Actually, it's good that he's here. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. Probably not. All right, are we ready? Jean's here? Okay. I'd like to call to order the October 13th, 2009 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Sandy, would you please call the roll?
Albright.
Here.
Jones. Paxton.
Here.
Reed.
Here.
Roberge.
Here.
Leslie Smith.
Here.
Patty Smith.
Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to remind all who have gathered here today that the mission of the Boulder Valley School District is to graduate students in the new century who have the knowledge, skills, and personal characteristics that will make this world a safer, more thoughtful, and more inclusive place in which to live. In support of that mission, I would like to begin with our first agenda item. And tonight, that is the superintendent's report. Dr. King.
Good evening, Mr. President. Tonight, I will recognize two exceptional Boulder Valley students from Fairview High School who were recently two of just 8 students in Colorado to achieve a perfect score of 36 on the ACT. Would Fairview High School students Catherine Chen and Daniel Bragg please join me at the podium? Face the camera there, okay? Mr. President and members of the board, a score of 21 on the ACT represents the national average for last year. There were 8 students total in Colorado who scored a perfect 36 on their ACT test last school year, and 2 of those 8 are the BVSD students I recognize tonight. This is a proud moment for each of them, for their families and friends, for Fairview High School, and for all of us at BVSD. And I see Don Stensrud, Fairview principals, joined us here, and I think parents of both students, raise your hands for me too, please. Yeah, great, thank you. As pointed out in yesterday's Denver Post, Daniel and Catherine now rank in the 99.9 percentile among all students who took the ACT during the 2008-2009 school year. The ACT, which is marking its 50th anniversary this school year, is a curriculum-based test with 75 questions related to what students are learning in school in the areas English, math, reading, and science. Congratulations, Catherine and Daniel, and I look forward to hearing great things about your achievements in the future. I've got a pin and a certificate for you, and thanks again for coming tonight. We're really proud of you. Yours. Congratulations. Thanks again. Mr. President, tonight I will address the ever-worsening financial picture for state funding of K-12 education in Colorado and why I do not believe the BVSD can place its confidence in a state solution to this problem anytime in the near future. In fact, I would go so far as to say that BVSD must, in the near term at least, address this problem locally. Otherwise, we will be forced to accept the consequences of relying on state government funding. We would make that decision at a time when our state government's ability to meet its most basic responsibilities to Colorado residents is crumbling with each new quarterly revenue report. I would direct you along with those present and those watching on television to a slide I had prepared for tonight. This graph was recently released by the nonprofit Great Education Colorado. Is that up? It effectively demonstrates that K-12 Colorado per pupil state funding has been declining for 2 decades against the national average for student support. The recession of 2002-2004 and the current recession have only turned what was a long-term decline into a near free fall. The governor's office is preparing 3 alternative K-12 budget proposals for next fiscal year. One would represent a $150 million statewide cut. Another would be a cut for $250 to Colorado K-12, and a third proposal would be a cut for $350 million. There is some hope. Good people from across Colorado's social, political, and economic spectrums are, according to the media, meeting and forming the coalitions necessary to promote real reform of Colorado's tax structure. But that reform effort, even if successful, will still take at least a few years to bear fruit for K-12 education locally. In the near future, the BVSD community will be hearing about district efforts to engage local, internal, and external stakeholders in a structured, transparent, and candid discussion of BVSD's financial picture. The purpose of this community discussion will be to determine where current dollars can be saved, where necessary cuts should take place for 2010-2011 district budget, and the advisability of creating a new local revenue stream to offset continually declining state support. Mr. President, members of the board, you know better than most people that I am not being an alarmist when I say that BVSD must act now to control our destiny and continually improve upon our commitments to excellence and equity. All of what I have discussed tonight about Colorado government's increasingly grim financial picture indirectly relates to our most pressing BVSD issue, teacher negotiations. It is my intention that the structured community dialogue that I spoke of a moment ago will include seats at the table for each individual employee association. Only by uniting our internal stakeholder community in a shared effort to meet the crisis head-on can we hope to succeed. We are awaiting the Boulder Valley Education Association's formal response to our 4th call for fact-finding. I'm still convinced that that is the best opportunity for a fair path to a compromise settlement on the current impasse. I close on a positive note. We in the Central Administration have not altered our number of visits to our schools nor our conversations with teachers about student learning. I want each of you to know, and everyone watching to know that I've been impressed and gratified by the positive, professional, and good-humored learning discussions that each of us have observed when we're out visiting the schools daily. I look forward to moving past impasse, achieving as fair and sustainable an agreement as possible with current funding challenges, and then partnering all staff and our full community to achieve workable and fair school funding solutions. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is public participation. The board recognizes the value of public comment on issues related to the operation of the schools. To ensure that our meeting is conducted in an orderly manner, we ask that persons who address the board, number one, confine your comments to matters that are germane to the business of the school district. Speakers on non-agenda items will be heard first, followed by those speaking on non-agenda items. Please limit your presentation to 2 minutes. If we go over the first hour, it'll be probably about 20 minutes after 7, we will conclude public participation. If there are additional speakers left, those speakers will be heard at the conclusion of the meeting, or if they prefer, they will get on the next meeting's agenda and you will be able to go first. There is a timer, and we have enough speakers that we will very likely go to an hour. There is a timer on the podium. It will be green when you begin. It will turn yellow to give you a warning that you need to start wrapping up. When it beeps and turns red, you are out of time. Please, in the interest of hearing the most people possible tonight, please keep your comments to 2 minutes. There is a provision where if someone has given you their 2 minutes, you can speak for a total of 4 maximum. Keep in mind that students often attend or view our meetings, so speakers' remarks therefore should be suitable for an audience that includes kindergarten through 12th grade students. And the board president may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement that is unrelated to the business of the district or inappropriate for K-12 students. My last part of the instructions here is that in order to keep this flowing and hear the maximum number of speakers in the hour period, board members will not answer questions in real time, nor will they comment in real time on your comments. However, we oftentimes will comment during board communication, which immediately follows public participation. So with that, we will go until, as I said earlier, 20 minutes after 7. We'll begin with the agenda item on Columbine. The first speaker is Shelley Goddard. Oh, okay. Sure. When would you like to speak?
After Layla Steele.
Okay. All right, so our next speaker is Layla Steele. And she has 2 minutes from Jennifer McDermott.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Layla Steele, and I stand before you as a taxpayer in the Boulder School District, an involved parent in the Columbine School neighborhood, and as a member of the Columbine Design Architectural team. As a member of each of these groups, my feelings about a 4-round school at Columbine are the same. I do not support the building of a 4-round school at Columbine. As a taxpayer in Boulder County, I do not support 4-round schools anywhere in the district. I, like many parents in the district, support small, elementary neighborhood schools, along with the district's excellent elementary focus and charter schools. And open enrollment statistics support this. The most desired and the most successful schools in the district, from an academic and social point of view, are the smaller neighborhood schools like Flatirons and like the focus and charter schools, Horizons, BCSIS, High Peaks, all of which are 2-round schools. If you've read Malcolm Gladwell or have been following the tremendous progress that New York City schools have recently made by reversing the trend of larger schools towards smaller, more specialized schools, you may agree with me that whoever came up with BVSD's current ed specs of building 4-round schools is behind the curve. We need to be ahead of it. The fact that we have too few school buildings in North Boulder is not lost on me. I can see the temptation to build larger elementary schools and to consolidate more children into one building, but that is not a neighborhood school. And I believe if you look at your data, you will find that those are not the most successful schools in our district. Please be ahead of the curve and build on success and not on failure. Please direct staff to revisit current ed spec by building smaller schools and more of them, encouraging the use of neighborhood schools by and for neighbors. As an involved parent of the Columbine neighborhood, I do not support a 4-round school on the Columbine site. For the reasons just stated, I support smaller schools, and I feel that by their very nature and size, even 3-round schools are too large and push the limits of being a neighborhood school. A 4-round school jumps into the realm of institutional and has no place in a neighborhood setting, especially one as landlocked in a neighborhood as Columbine is. At Columbine, one must also consider attendance. We already know that a very high percentage of neighborhood children do not attend Columbine. But if you look at the most recent attendance matrix, it shows that 246 children from the enrollment area attend Columbine. 120 students are brought in from outside the enrollment area. The district has said that they have closed Columbine to open enrollment. If that is true, that ultimately leaves less than 250 students from the enrollment area attending Columbine. You are being asked to approve a building that houses over 550 students, more than double those currently attending from within the enrollment area. You will be hearing this evening that members of the Columbine community and members of the design architectural team support a 4-round school because that is what is currently at Columbine, and they wish to maintain low class sizes. Everyone wants low class sizes, but how can you justify to other school populations spending an additional $2 million to maintain class sizes at Columbine that are already the lowest in the district? And that is counting the 120 students that open enroll in. You may believe that low class sizes at Columbine and a shiny new school will draw children from other parts of North Boulder, reducing the pressure on class sizes at Crestview, Whittier, and Foothills. But current neighborhood parents feel otherwise. Shall I stop?
Yes.
Shelley's going to continue.
My name's Shelley Goddard. I've been a Columbine neighbor for 26 years. And I have to tell you, I love the school. And I want it to be successful. And I support the neighborhood because in the 26 years I've lived there, I've never seen as many people come together in such a wonderful way with all their children as families and be so passionate about what they want to see for their children. And I believe part of the success of Columbine lies in bringing those people into the school. So I'm going to continue for Layla. But current neighborhood parents feel otherwise. To draw students to the school, Columbine needs to make dramatic improvements in their academic and social climate. And as you have admitted, that may take time. If you take the long view on Columbine being an educationally excellent neighborhood school, then there is no need to build the school twice as large as it currently needs to be. An expansion can be done later. Also, please remember the state may not take the long view, and if Columbine's underperforming status does not improve, the state has the option to take over the newly constructed school in 2011 after the taxpayers of this district have paid $12 to $14 million to build this new school. In my opinion, the best chance of having Columbine be a neighborhood school is to build a 2-round school like Flatirons. A 3-round school is already pushing it. As a member of the Columbine DAT, I do not support a 4-round school on the Columbine site. I've heard countless neighbors provide input that the proposed school is poorly placed on the site, resulting in excess asphalt and a building that is squished on the east side of the site. Many in the neighborhood feel that the fairest and most cost-effective approach is to build on the existing site. However, the district has determined that in an effort to not displace the current students, the new school needs to be built while the old school is open and operating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Steele, who will have 2 minutes. I'm going to ask the next person, I'm going to announce the next person in line so that you can get ready to come up. We really do need to keep this moving. Mark Steele, are you here? The next is John Kettling.
Hi, I'm Mark Steele. My wife and my daughter and I moved next door to Columbine 2 years ago, and we were warned about problems, but we were really ready to take it on, and because we believed that Columbine had an enormous potential. And we immediately began getting involved with the community around the school and trying to build up confidence in the neighbors to bring them back to the schools. And in the past couple years, talking with the neighbors, we've really become aware of how every action and every decision made really sends a message to the community. And those messages can build respect and confidence, or they can alienate and discourage. And I'm here because I think we have a general agreement that we really would like to see Columbine become a neighborhood school. And I think that that really demands building confidence in the neighborhood families, and every decision that is made should be put through a litmus test of how does this support the neighborhood and bring them back into the school. I think that the 4-round school, definitely for me, does not say neighborhood. And I speak for a lot of my neighbors. I would say all of my neighbors, except that I just spoke to one today, and he's the first that has been for the 4-round school. I would generally encourage you all to think about the decisions that you make and how they are seen by the very people who you want to bring on board and to get them back to the school, and that there may be implications to what you think is a good idea, or if it's a really great value. I know that taking $2 million to have another 4 classes is great on the macro level for the school district, but I don't think it serves the neighborhood school. Thanks.
Thank you. John Kettling is next, and the next speaker is Stephanie Flynn Sokoloff.
Good evening. I approach you tonight not as a candidate, but just as a citizen, a normal everyday citizen of North Boulder District B. I've been a 43-year resident. 25th Street was a dirt road when I moved into Leslie Davis's cornfield, and houses were $26,000 apiece. Now, members of this board have in the past shown exemplary leadership, and the administration has shown exemplary leadership when things really matter. Now, exemplary leadership means including all of the stakeholders in an issue which is set before you. All of the stakeholders. This includes identifying who the stakeholders are and then making sure that they're represented. Columbine really matters. The OCR settlement, I believe it was March 09, was improvidently reached, was exclusionary of the neighborhood interests. In fact, most neighborhoods didn't even know about it, and is not nested in the laws of our state and our country. Lawyers and lawsuits and threats and things like that are not going to solve Columbine. I think we all know that. Incorporating the needs of all the stakeholders in an all-inclusive model based on no excuses, academic excellence, will begin to resolve the neighborhood issues. I would ask you, and I am aware that you've started this process. The Honorable Mr. Robers, I believe, started the process, and the Honorable Mr. Reed started the process. I believe it's very important to keep the process going. of incorporating all the stakeholders and making sure all the voices are heard as you're making decisions. This is leadership at its best. This is leadership that you are known for. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Flynn Sokolov, who will have 4 minutes, 2 minutes from Daniel Sokolov. The next speaker in line will be Frank Fogel.
Thanks for having me tonight. I know that you all have a lot of issues on your plate. And for a Columbine resident that lives very close to the school, it's the most prominent on mine. And I understand that you have a lot of other things going on. And so thank you for taking the time to hear us out and what some people of the neighborhood have to say, me being one of them. And last year, at the end of the year, the board directed Chris King to focus on Columbine being a neighborhood school. And that doesn't necessarily mean people who live in the proximity of the school. It's the attendance area, which sometimes I think gets confused. There were 2 design committees, the 2 DATs, to put input into the design of the new Columbine Elementary School, which I saw the designs. They look beautiful, and the architects really deserve a hand there. But I was really disappointed to find out at the end of the first DAT that I was part of that it had already been decided the placement of the school. And that was something that the DAT was not told when we started and sat through all of those meetings. Many of the decisions that have been made for the school through the DAT, which I'm not sure how much impact those committees had on the decisions, have really been, in my opinion, nonverbal way of communicating to the neighborhood that it's not going to be a neighborhood school. When I saw the design layout and saw how big, I don't know if they can see this, probably can't see it on television, how big the driveway is going to be, I was really taken aback. We have open enrolled to High Peaks, which is a focus school where everyone is open enrolling. There is no busing in. And yet at the same time, when the bond passed there, they did not increase the size of student drop-off. This to me does not say that it's going to be a neighborhood school. And it leads me to wonder why in this little neighborhood we're going to make room for so many people to be driving their kids to school if the focus is to actually be bringing in people from the general proximity to be attending that school. The position of the school also is something that I'm not in support of. The school being so close to that eastern northeast corner is very bothersome to me. It's too close to that corner edge, and then when you see a breakdown of the green space that we have now, and then the proposed area of green space, I think that that is also something that I'm not in favor of, decreasing that green space for public access. I do not support a 4-round school. I do not like the fact that it doesn't feel homey, that my children wouldn't have as much of an opportunity to be in the same class if they were attending there as the neighbor who lives down the street. 4 rounds says institutional to me. I understand that it's less expensive to put it on now as the building's being built, but I really would like to see it as a thought down the road once the school shows its success. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Fogel, and following him will be Eric Heidel, I believe. If I mispronounced it, please correct me.
Thank you. My name is Frank Fogel, and I am also a parent of a child that goes to Columbine and a neighborhood, in the neighborhood. I can't comment whether 3 or 4 round or any of that, and I'm not going to. I can only tell you what I've seen in the last few years since I've moved into the neighborhood, that it's grown quite a bit. And the type of demographic that's come in there is like me, young parents, multiple young kids, all waiting to go to school or currently in school. And I think the community school, Columbine in particular, should reflect that. And I think you have a pretty hard job ahead of you, which is you have to make a decision on the school that is going to reflect the neighborhood for the next 50 years. And that's the school you need to think about. What kind of school are you going to have in the next 50 years? Not what we want right now or my desires or anybody's desires. What's it going to be in 50 years? And I don't really know that you can classify that in a 3 or 4 round in 50 years. I can tell you that the neighborhood's going to be a lot bigger than it is now in 3 or 4 years, just because of the demographics coming. So that's all I really have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Heidel, who will have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I was a member of the DAT team. I wanted to first say that I appreciate the consideration you had with choosing a different location for the school from the current location. That saved a lot of money. That's clearly a big issue in the current economic situation. So I think that was a good choice. I also think the process that we went through to choose the design and the efforts that were made by the design team, in particular the architects, was exceptional. They seem to do a very good job. It looks like it fits into the community, and I really appreciate their efforts, in particular during some of the very contentious meetings we had. Some of the things that really stood out during the meetings were choosing where and how to lay out the parking and the driving for that school. One of the big problems we have in that community, at least in the area where I live in it, is the access by the parents. It becomes a traffic nightmare. It looks very dangerous to me. And I am very glad that they have chosen to put most of the drop-off area onto the school grounds instead of using the street. I think that was a very wise choice. As far as the additional funds that are needed for a 4-round school, I just don't understand, frankly, the arguments that are being made there, because I went to a 4-round school here in Boulder, obviously a number of years ago, and it didn't seem like quite a problem to me then. I don't understand the arguments, but I do think that it would work quite well in our community. There's a lot of reasons to suspect that there will be a lot more students coming to this school. First off, because it'll be a very nice school when it's completed. And I think that you guys should definitely consider seriously adding the additional money to make this school a full-size school like it's planned by the architects right now. Thank you very much.
All right, that concludes comments on the Columbine agenda item. The next agenda item is the sustainability policy. And the first speaker is Shu Tiskadl-Roski, and if I got that wrong, please correct me. Who will have 2 minutes, and the next speaker after that is Kim Gardner. So if those 2 people would please come forward. They're not here, okay. The next topic is non-agenda items, and the first speaker is Tom Myers, who will be speaking as the Board of Education candidate.
Good evening, I'm Tom Myers, and I want to take this opportunity to formally introduce myself to the board and to the voters of Boulder Valley School District as a candidate for District E seat for school board. I wanted to tell a little bit about myself. I have lived in Boulder Valley now for more than 25 years, almost 26 years. I've been married for 34 years to my wife, Donna. I've raised 3 children through the district. They have all attended Boulder Valley Public Schools, neighborhood schools. We went through Eisenhower, Douglas, Platt, and Fairview. My youngest son is now a junior at Fairview. My older 2 boys have graduated with advanced degrees in electrical engineering from CU. So their education through the school district has done them quite well. And I just wanted to formally say thank you to everyone who's been involved over the years with public education because it serves us quite well through the time that I've been a parent here. I have 22 years experience as a parent now in Boulder Valley Public Schools. I work for Ball Aerospace in town here. Been there for nearly 26 years. I'm an engineer and senior manager. I work on space flight programs. I've had the opportunity to manage a number of very large space programs and launches. You probably saw we launched a system called WorldView 2 this week. It's very successful, I'm happy to report. And through that experience, I think I bring a business sense of how to manage budgets, how to manage people. We've had some very difficult financial times coming into the district, as you heard the superintendent discuss a few minutes ago. I have run through very difficult times in my business with government budgets. I deal with government. I deal with commercial programs as well. And they're always the tug of war. Sorry, I'll have to end there. Thank you, though.
Thank you. All of the next speakers will be talking about the subject of negotiations, the first, and it looks to me on the list that everyone has 2 minutes. So the first speaker is Mark Lofsness, and correct me if I got your name wrong, followed by Kathy Cox. So Kathy, if you would get ready to come up.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the school board. My name is Mark Lofsness. I have worked with Boulder Valley for 3 years. I am currently employed as a custodian at Boulder High School, and I also serve as vice president on the executive board for Boulder Valley Classified Employees Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations table and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for our students each day. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Cox, followed by Mary Shelton Kelly.
Mr. President and members of the school board, my name is Kathy Cox, and I have worked with Boulder Valley for 1 year and 4 months. I am currently employed as a bus driver at the Boulder Terminal. I also serve on the executive board of the Boulder Valley Classified Employees Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for our students each day. Thank you.
Mary Shelton Kelly.
Mr. President and members of the school board, my name is Mary Shelton Kelly, and I've worked for Boulder Valley Schools for 19 years. I am currently employed as a kitchen manager at Boulder High School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Classified Employees Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking you to help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students each and every day. Thank you.
The next speaker is Dave Burke, followed by Debbie DePinto.
President Roberge, members of the board, my name is David Burke. I've worked at Boulder Valley for 13 years now. I'm currently employed as a trainer at the Lafayette Bus Terminal. I also serve on the executive board of the Boulder Valley Classified Association. I am here because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations, find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students we work with each day. Thank you.
Debbie DePinto, followed by Juanita Alvarado.
Mr. President, members of the school board, my name is Debbie DePinto. I have worked in Boulder Valley for 23 years. I am currently employed as paraeducator at Broomfield High School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Paraeducator Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do every day for the students.
Juanita Alvarado, followed by Doris Davis.
Hello, Mr. President and members of the school board. My name is Juanita Alvarado, and I have worked for Boulder Valley for 23 years. I am currently employed as a paraprofessional at Pioneer Elementary School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Para Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students each and every day. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Doris Davis.
Mr. President and member of the school board, my name is Doris Davis. I have worked for Boulder Valley School for 18 years. I am currently employed as a paraprofessional at Birch Elementary. I also serve on the executive board of the Boulder Valley Para Educator Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated and lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiation and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach our settlement that honors what we do for the students each day. Thank you.
Next speaker is Shannon Williams.
President and members of the school board. My name is Teresa Smith, and I have worked in Boulder Valley Schools for 10 and a half years. I am currently employed as a paraprofessional at Fairview High School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Paraeducator Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students each day. Thank you.
Is Shannon Williams here? Okay, Shannon. Followed by Mandy Ambrosio.
Mr. President and members of the school board, my name is Shannon Williams. I've worked for Boulder Valley for 4 years. I'm currently employed as a para at Uni Hill Elementary School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Paraeducator Association. I'm here tonight because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students every day. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mandy Ambrosia, followed by Mark Castleman.
Hello, Mr. President and members of the board. My name is Mandy Ambrosio, and I have worked for Boulder Valley for 4 years. I am currently employed as a paraprofessional at Superior Elementary School. I also serve on the Paraeducator Association. I am here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members that I serve. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students every day. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Castleman, followed by Terry Mulford.
President Roberge, good evening. My name is Mark Castleman. I have been employed with Boulder Valley Schools for 13 years, and I currently work as a science teacher at Boulder High School. I also serve on the executive board of the Boulder Valley Education Association. I'm here tonight because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what I and all the rest of us do for our children every day. Thank you.
Terry Mulford, followed by Fraylin Gonzalez.
Mr. President and members of the school board, my name is Terry Mulford. I've worked for the Boulder Valley School District for the past 18 years. I'm currently employed as a third grade teacher at Lafayette Elementary. I also serve on the executive board of the Boulder Valley Education Association. I'm here tonight because I continue to be frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members that I represent. I'm urging you to return to the negotiations table to find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what I do for the students each and every day. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Frylan Gonzalez, followed by Tina Mew.
President Roberge and members of the school board, my name is Frylan Gonzalez. I have worked in Boulder Valley for 17 years. I'm currently employed as a 4th grade teacher at Cole Elementary. I also serve on the executive board for Boulder Valley Education Association. I'm here tonight because I am very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what I do for the students every day. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tina Mew, followed by Lexi Kermani.
President Roberge and members of the school board, my name's Tina Mew. I've worked in Boulder Valley for 19 years. I'm currently employed as a science teacher at Centennial Middle School. I also serve on the executive board for the Boulder Valley Education Association, and I'm also the vice president of BVA. I'm here tonight because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members that I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiating table and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students each day. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Lexi Kermani, followed by Tambi Chappelle.
President Roberge and members of the school board, my name is Lexi Kermani. I've worked in the Boulder Valley School District for 6 years today. I am currently employed as the kitchen manager at Fireside Elementary School. I also serve as the president for the Boulder Valley Classified Employees Association. I am here tonight because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the students each day. Thank you.
The next speaker is Tambi Chappelle, followed by Melissa Tingley.
Hello, Mr. President and members of the school board. My name is Tambi Chappelle. I've worked in Boulder Valley for 8 years. I'm currently employed as a paraprofessional at Broomfield Heights Middle School. I also serve as president for the Boulder Valley Paraeducator Association. I am here tonight because I'm very frustrated with the lack of respect shown the members that I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we do for the children every day. Thank you.
Our final speaker tonight is Melissa Tingley.
President Roberge and members of the school board, my name is Melissa Tingley. I have worked for Boulder Valley for 17 years. I am currently the president of the Boulder Valley Education Association. I am here tonight because I am extremely frustrated with the lack of respect that has been shown to the members I represent. I urge you to return to the negotiations table and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute. My members are simply asking that you help us reach a settlement that honors what we all do for the students each day. Thank you.
That concludes public participation. Thank you to all the speakers tonight for keeping within the time limits and keeping this moving. Our next agenda item is board communication. Board members. Jean.
Well, I have 2 or 3 things I'd like to say. First, in response to those of our staff who've just spoken to us, I'd like to say that I appreciate and respect all of the people who have addressed us this evening. I feel that the district has worked in good faith to come to a settlement with our staff, and I feel that the next step is fact-finding. And I appeal to BVEA and our classified employees to come to the table to help us reach a reasonable agreement that helps us all honor what we all do for all of our children every day. Second, I'd like to make a comment concerning some emails that I received this past week. They have to do with what I consider a very dedicated and respected employee, Susan Cousins, who invited people to come and express their support or lack of support for the Columbine Elementary Design Advisory Team. I think that in any civil discussion that there are always two sides, and I just really feel that it is inappropriate to attack the messenger. I reiterate that I feel that Susan Cousins is a very respected and dedicated employee and deserves that respect. The next thing I wanted to ask about was part of the things that we received were Columbine guidelines, which, as I recall, was supposed to lead to a wider discussion about curriculum and discussion. And so I just wanted to remind us that as we talked about those guidelines for Columbine, we mentioned that we felt that this was a broader discussion, and I don't know if we have a plan for bringing that conversation back. The other thing I wanted to mention, which is really very good news, is that I understand that the federal government passed an addendum to the higher education bill that appropriates $2 billion for early childhood grants. We haven't figured out the connection between higher education and early childhood, other than the fact that a good foundation is what we all need. At any rate, those funds have been a long time coming and will be spread out, of course, over all 50 states. But I think that it emphasizes the fact that the federal government is beginning to appreciate, as we do, the importance of early childhood education. And finally, we have two items on the agenda tonight that that are important, and I don't want to dismiss their importance as items, but I am a little concerned that our discussions about sustainability and nutrition may be reframing our goals, which I really think, since I've been here, have been on reducing the achievement gap and providing educational opportunities for all children to attain excellence. And so I hope that we'll just remember as we talk about some of these other items that our real goal and focus should be on teaching, learning, and educating our children. Thank you.
Patty.
Well, first I wanted to comment on the parents who were concerned about the 3 or 4 round school being institutional. My children attended a 3-round school, and some years it was a 4-round school for their entire elementary years. And I never looked at it as institutional. I looked at it often, and I think the other members of the community looked at it the same way, that we were provided more services by having more students. So we had full-time art, music, and PE, where other schools that were smaller did not. Now, I would say that most of the school was consisted of neighborhood kids, but we did have a really strong ESL program that the school to this day maintains and is really proud of. I understand concerns about programming, and I think our challenge is to provide and support a neighborhood school for Columbine that everyone values. And I'll save the rest of my comments for that study item later. As for the negotiated agreement, I want to thank the Boulder Valley Classified Employees Association and the Boulder Valley Paraeducators Association and the Boulder Valley Teachers Union for giving us their feedback this evening. I would say that I, too, along with Jean, am frustrated, and I would urge them to return to the negotiating table and find a reasonable solution to the contract dispute via fact-finding. We are simply asking that you help us in reaching a settlement that honors what we do for the community every day, which is to balance the various interests of the district in a fiscally responsible manner. And then I'd like to move on to something more fun. Over the last couple of weeks, I attended several student groups that were really interesting and informative. And one of them, is Andre in the audience? One of them was it was a workshop, a student roundtable at the Latino Youth Forum up at CU. And I just wanted to confirm with Andre, I took notes, and I'm not sure anybody else did, and I know we were going to debrief the board at some point. And I don't know if that was for me to do this evening or if we're going to do that later. I'm meeting with Daniel Escalante tomorrow, so I thought I would just give some ideas of what took place, but I know we probably are going to do something more formal, or do you know? Okay, thanks, Andre. We had 9 students, along with a facilitator from CU who was a bright and enthusiastic young man. He was great, and Andre participated as well. The gist of this discussion was to ask the students a variety of questions, and we knew that they wouldn't get to all of them, so we actually allowed them to pick. And one of the questions they wanted to ask or answer was, what makes a teacher good? And overwhelmingly, what the students said was, teachers who interact with students personally, who are not reading out of a book, who inspire, who are humorous, and who make a personal connection are the best teachers. And I thought that was obviously what I would hope for my own children's experience and for my own when I was a student, but interesting to hear such agreement amongst the group of students. This was a very varied group of students. There were students from Fairview High School. They were from all our high schools, but they also represented some of our more at-risk students from Justice High School and Arapahoe Ridge. And there were at least 1, maybe 2 students who had dropped out of school and were back. So one of the questions they wanted to talk about was what makes someone drop out? And some of them were obvious and some were not so obvious. Several things they mentioned were work, family, and personal issues can be too much for a person to balance with school, and that student might drop out. Drugs, relevancy. Sometimes the students thought it was too easy, which was a surprising comment, I thought. Not necessarily thinking about your future or having no college role model in your family. A student mentioned burnout. I think this was a higher performing student that felt like school was pretty tough and intense. And then just the pressure and stress of school between sports and academics, et cetera. Some of the comments that came up about preventing dropping out were extracurriculars, having time for exercise and friends and finding balance. And there was a question about the relevancy of homework in really justifying the fact that you need exercise and balance, and how does homework fit into that. Prevention also, there was the truancy advocate at Justice High. The Justice High students really were very passionate about the fact that there was a person at the school who was helping monitor not only their academic achievement, but also what's going on in their personal lives and help set them on a path to success. There was a question about credit loss as punishment for when you miss class in that, and it seemed to be counterintuitive in terms of trying to keep students in school and keeping them inspired, and I thought that was an interesting comment. Another comment was, do something you like and you stay in school. So one student mentioned doing soccer, and that was a high-performing student, but the soccer was what really was turning the student on. Also, trying to make relevant future choices. One of the students had dropped out who came back and said as they were looking for a job in the community, they realized they weren't going to get very far without a high school diploma, and so now they were back, and they had wished that that relevancy had been made more obvious to them. That was something they weren't getting in their home or their world around them, and that the school didn't make that connection for them until they actually experienced it. I think overall that the comments were about finding some balance in education, and how we might help do that was something they were looking to me for, and so I just wanted to bring that back to you, and hopefully that could be a future discussion of ours. And also, I think, you know, I have done this for the last 4 years, but I only do it once a year, and I'm not sure we're actually able to tap this source of information very well. I know we do the Youth Risk Behavior Survey, but that's really about high-risk activities and not so much about how do you feel about what you're doing and how could we make it better. And I think that's exactly what this workshop is for, but I'm not sure how much traction we actually get from it. So that kind of connection I think would be great in the future, to do something more formal and to actually, as we're saying with community engagement, be able to follow up on what the comments are and how to make this experience seem like it's really informative for the students as well. Then another student forum I attended was with Ken and Jean and Lori. And was that it, Lori? I think that was all of us. And that was at New Vista High School, and it was for a public policy class. And I think at least 2 or 3 of us did it last year as well. And the table I sat at was with Jean, and we had a group that wanted to talk about the most effective ways to close the achievement gap. And the students had really great questions. One, I think, is Anne in the audience. And one of the first questions they asked, why isn't breakfast provided in school? And so we were able to say, well, it is, and it will be more in the future. They also asked about the Colorado Nutrition Network and asked if we were a part of it. And Jean and I didn't have an answer to that question. So hopefully between Andre and you, we can help the board know what that is, because I wasn't familiar with that. Let's see, so Jean and I were trying to explain what our goals were with closing the achievement gap, and also what our past activities had been, and the de-stratification task force, and et cetera. One student mentioned, who was from North Carolina, that in North Carolina, your CSAP score is averaged into your grade average for the classes that you take. Because the comment from all of these students was, nobody takes the CSAP that seriously. Now, this may be a more independent group of students, but we do have that to contend with. The previous day, I'd heard comments about how stressed out kids were and how much work there was. Here's another test that kids know isn't really counting for or against them. North Carolina's solution to that was to actually have it count. The other comments made about closing the achievement gap were about relationships. Again, mimicking what I'd heard the day before. And that was at their school, they felt like they had new teachers on a first name basis, and that class size was small, in fact, very small in some cases, maybe 8 or 10 kids, and that they too had a lot of guidance from adults in the building. And they were concerned about our counselor ratio of 1 to 450 in our bigger high schools. They brought up homework and that it was unhealthy, that kids are already sleep deprived. What's the relevance of homework, and should we look at that at some point in terms of policy from the board? And the last comment made that I thought was very insightful was, times have changed, why haven't we? And that was about looking at schools, and this school is obviously doing a few different things, and the kids were responding to that positively. But that was an interesting comment that I think they wanted me to share with you. So other than that, that's all I have.
Thank you. You're going to have to excuse me for a moment. I'd like to turn the chair over to our Vice President, Leslie, and she can take the rest of the board comments.
All right. Anybody else, Lori or Jim? Lori?
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Madam Vice President. Have to figure out what it is. So I just think we're talking again about money, which is always a frustrating thing, starting with Chris's comments about the state cuts and looking for local solutions. Since I agree with you, I don't think they're going to be there at the state level. I attended a meeting of the governor's budget director, and it's the same hard news to hear. And I think it's important that we're working now to think about what will happen to us next year and how we might A, find a revenue stream, and B, think about how we're going to manage our district with less money. It's a big worry to me. And then if I were to think about Columbine, I appreciate the parents who came to talk. It's obvious that there are very different points of view, and not everyone is going to be happy with the outcome of this. But I think it's important that we think fiscally to long-range solutions and how we're going to manage our buildings in the future. My preference is small, and I've been a long advocate of small neighborhood schools, but having small neighborhood schools is also very, very expensive, and if we don't have additional money to buy property, I don't know how we're going to accommodate that. So one thing, and maybe I can even talk about this when we get there, but I'm interested that we have some projections of demographics when we think about Columbine when we finally get to that vote. So I'll ask that question again. Thirdly, I went to 3 candidate forums and heard 6 great candidates running for school board seats. I understand that the ballots will be out in this week, and I'm just hoping that we have a good turnout and a lot of people voting. There are good people running. Thank you for running. It's really important. This board has a lot of very serious issues, as you can hear tonight, of what we need to deal with. And so thank you for your thoughtful consideration. I, too, went with Patty to New Vista, and it was a good thing because I came away feeling pretty refreshed and enthusiastic and hopeful. When you see a bunch of neat kids thinking about how they can be involved, it makes this job really worthwhile. So I was glad to have a chance to be at New Vista. Thanks.
Thanks, Lori. Jim?
I'd like to start by saying I appreciate and respect all the employees of BVSD. I do not think that this impasse is over respect, as you have mine, as well as the communities. I ask that the BVA join us in fact-finding as the next step in resolving this impasse and getting a new contract in place. On a separate note, I attended a meeting at Sanchez Elementary and would like to thank Dr. Candelaria for her invite, as well as the Sanchez staff for their work in reaching out to a broader community to support a community-centered school. I commend Sanchez's forward thinking and their work to continue to expand partnerships with the community and working for better educational outcomes for their students. If anybody wants to find out more, I would urge you to contact Dr. Candelaria, as she is a wonderful fountain of ideas for this. I also attended the New Vista activity, and the students I met with had IT issues. I'm always impressed with how well students prepare and how well they can express their ideas, although for BVSD, I think that's our standard. One of the themes that they asked about, concerns, were equitable access to computers and the internet. They had some concerns that some schools had better or more technology than others. I know we have policies in place that try and allocate funds equitably. I also learned that teachers at New Vista dedicated their computers, their personal computers, to an additional computer lab at that school. So I kind of have an RFI for Dr. King, and I'll submit it in writing after this. I'd like to know what the computer access standards are for schools at the high school level, the number of computer labs or computers per student, if we have those standards. And a second related RFI that was a question they had that I would like to get answered is, what procedures does the district have for including student input into web content filtering? Moving on, I'd like to thank the Columbine folks for coming out and letting me know how they feel. I'm a strong supporter of neighborhood schools and can talk more about that agenda item when we get there. And lastly, a couple of weeks ago, PBS aired a special documentary on Colorado's historic public schools. A friend in the LMS community let me know, and I recorded it as it was at the last board meeting, and I watched it in the meantime. I found it very enjoyable. And as we wind down this school board term with this group of people, I'd like to remind us that that is an issue that we had said we would take on, a historic preservation policy, and that while we won't finish it in this term, I think it is time for us to start to pursue that. And I would recommend that we schedule a work session with members from our broad community, their elected representatives on council, and ask them to help us develop this policy. As I believe it is time to honor the sacrifices that our communities have made throughout the years for their schools, and I'd like to see this policy pursued. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. I made a note of that. Well, I have a few things to say. I feel like I've been involved in my little mini community engagement the last few weeks since we've met. First off, we had our initial community engagement advisory committee meeting, and it was great to get everyone together, and I'm excited that we're finally getting going, because this has been at least a year-long process of trying to get going, so it's great that we are. A parent in my neighborhood had contacted me when the camera ran an article about the school board race, and she emailed and asked if I was running, and I said yes, I was planning on running, and she said, well, good, I just want to make sure someone runs for the seat, because sometimes people don't run, or there's not much competition. Unfortunately, like Lori said, we actually have 2 people per seat, and everyone's voted for at large. So even though you live in a district, you get to vote for all 3 district seats. But Tina decided that since she was a new parent and talking with other new parents at Foothill and a few of the other neighborhood schools, they really wanted to know more about the school board and what the role of the school board is versus the superintendent, and how the district functions, and state finances and district finances. And so I went last week and met with these parents, and it was just really fun. And this is the sort of information that we've been talking about that we want to get out. And they were excited too, and they said, don't tell anyone, we don't want to spread you any further. So I think we're going down the right path by getting involved in community engagement. Then, like Patty, I also attended the Latino Youth Leadership Conference, and I got to run a workshop all by myself with a group of students on how to make a presentation to the board. So again, I went through the whole thing about what the school board does and so forth, and talked about our meetings. So Andre, I have given Sandy the outline for the particular topic. I'm not going to, we had 3 topics and one's especially of interest. So we worked through how to develop the presentation in the time allotted. So hopefully a couple of the students that were interested in pursuing this will get together, and we'll be hearing from them pretty soon. So that was great. And then the last thing I did, which was really a lot of fun, my daughter's a freshman at Boulder High, and they have an All Cultures Day, which is a fundraiser for the World Languages Department. And so all the different, you get a little sheet that comes home and says, you know, please volunteer to bring this for Spanish or French or Japanese, whatever, and then to volunteer and work. And so I arrived. I took the bus from work because I knew the parking is tight, and I arrived and walked into a very full high school cafeteria, and I just thought, oh my God, it's chaos. It's hard to find anyone. I couldn't find anyone to ask, you know, where I volunteer, so I just plowed into the kitchen and found the Spanish teacher, and she said, just figure out where you need to go. So I ended up working at the French table, and it was just a lot of fun to see the kids. They love the food. That's probably the most popular day for Boulder High as far as coming into the cafeteria and eating. And some of the classes would let the kids out, so they would eat a couple times during the morning. So I think this is a great fundraiser, and it's just a great way for parents to get in and meet teachers and see the kids during the school day. So that's a great event. And I'll hand it over to you, Ken.
Okay. Well, I don't think I have. Has everybody had a chance to speak? I don't think I have much. You've all said the good stuff, so okay. I'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is student communication, where we hear from our Student Accountability Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mr. President and Board. Thank you. My name is Peter Rapucci. I'm a junior at Boulder High School, and I represent the Student Accountability Advisory Committee, or SAC. We meet every other Tuesday evening, alternating with the board meetings at 7 o'clock, and our next meeting is October 20th. In our most recent meetings on October 6th and September 29th, we worked towards finalizing the subcommittees and issues that we choose to focus on for this coming school year. The first of these is a BVSD Honor Code Committee, which is their focus is to look at the Honor Code as an offshoot of student self-esteem. So in order to begin attacking that issue, they came up with some survey questions and are planning to issue a survey to the district, students in the district. The next committee that we came up with, I'm actually very excited to hear, Patty Smith, you were talking about the issue of CSAPs and incentivizing the CSAPs. We actually have a committee that is working on that. Our goal is to incentivize the CSAPs using a performance-based credit retrieval option. We discussed the issue with Helene Jones at the last meeting, and we've come up with some certain specific research strategies in order to help us formulate a more specific plan to attack the issue. Our next subcommittee is the Environmental Committee, which is planning to do a dual focus on green revolutionizing of schools as well as sanitation within the schools. They are looking to use freshman seminar classes to improve knowledge and education about environmental topics, as well as look at research statistics in the schools regarding energy usage. Our last group is the Achievement Gap Group, which has formulated a goal to improve knowledge of the benefits of advanced classes through using upperclassmen, as well as connecting struggling students in classes with those who are successful. So that's SAC's plan for this year. You guys have any questions?
Board members? Go ahead, Leslie.
Thank you. Pertaining to the last topic, I attended with Helene last year the Latino PAC group meeting at Boulder High, and they were sort of going along the same line as your committee's planning on doing, as far as showing kids that what college can bring and so forth. And I had suggested contacting it's a Latino fraternity on campus that had done a workshop that I attended a couple years ago, where they came in and they really talked to the Latino students about what you need to do to prepare for college, what sort of classes, homework, skills, what sort of scholarships are available, and so forth. So you might want to consider, if you actually got like a group together, contacting some of there's probably an African American fraternity, but some of the fraternities on campus are really up for, helping out where they can.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Well, thank you, Peter. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in relation to the achievement gap and taking advanced classes, in something that I read, they talked about often students don't feel like they want to take the classes because none of their friends are in there. And so I think that Leslie's comments about reaching out and making those classes inclusive of everyone is really important, especially in order to reach those who might be less successful or struggling to really succeed in the advanced classes. So great plans for this next year. Good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm very impressed with your plan. I think you're tackling some really complex and so I think all of us very important topics. So let us know if we can help. You might want to. You probably don't want to stay for all of this, but get online and watch the latter part of the board meeting. We're going to be talking a little bit about a sustainability policy, which kind of goes right in with what you're talking about in terms of the energy conservation and that sort of thing. So you might find it interesting just to watch our discussion about that particular item. So thank you. Patty?
But since you brought it up, I think this thing about IB classes, it's interesting when we talk about the climate in the class or not having friends, but I was under the impression there also sometimes are logistical issues just with classes not being big enough to accommodate all students, or grades being a dividing line for getting in or not being able to attend the class. I know there was an article I think someone sent around from the New York Times a few months ago about a school district in New York who was trying to get many kids into advanced classes. Not if they even had a C, it was all right to be in these advanced classes, and they actually did quite well in them because they weren't bored. So I'm just wondering, maybe it's an RFI, about how we look at it at this level, but also how it's looked at more logistically at a school level in terms
Sure.
of what obstacles kids may face, what obstacles do teachers face in terms of class size. I mean, I know anecdotally over the
Right.
years, kids have been denied slots in classes. Parents have related that to me. So I'm not sure
Yeah,
where,
That's pretty rare that we would actually turn kids away, but I'm sure it's happened. I think Deirdre and Andre could talk in an RFI about our efforts to reduce barriers for kids getting into advanced classes, and kids we call stretchers, and how we're pushing more kids into advanced classes. And then what are some of those barriers, like summer reading lists and prerequisite grades in other classes and things that we're kind of
and I'd like
having
to-
conversations about that.
And Andre or Deirdre, I'd also like to know if, our desire is to stretch. Is that also true for the actual teacher teaching the class or the principal in a building? Like, does that message get conveyed all the way through? Because it seems to me that's where I've found some inconsistencies, but it may be, very small, or it might have been one incident, or who knows. But I think that would be an interesting insight for the board, is how do we see it, what are we promoting, but what actually happens. And there may be legitimate reasons due to resources for that happening, but I want to know if students are encountering that, and what obstacles teachers face as well.
I want to say we've been doing training on that for many, many years. It's called pre-AP training, and it's training teachers to know what to do with students who are stretchers, as Chris calls them. So it's been a commitment for this district, well, as long as I've been here. The fact that students may be encountering some barriers and some reluctance, I think it's really hard for some teachers to do that, but it's not that we haven't been trying through professional development to train our teachers to know how to do that.
So I guess my question then, in terms of accountability, is that if we are promoting that idea, how do we know it's actually implemented to our satisfaction?
And that's something that Andre and Deirdre can talk about, their efforts and their accomplishments.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Laurie?
So Peter, obviously this is a good question, if you've got all of us engaged to think about it. So thank you for working on it, and it'll be good to see what you come back with in a couple of meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, our next two agenda items are for information. The first one is the district wellness policy.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. King. The purpose of our information item this evening is to present to the Board of Education our proposed vision for a comprehensive, inclusive revision of the district's wellness policy. Following some considerable deliberation, staff has concluded that revision to the district's wellness policy should be done on a more comprehensive scale. Therefore, in lieu of presenting a revised draft on only the nutrition portion of the district's wellness policy this evening, we would like to propose the formation of an advisory committee to review and revise the wellness policy in its entirety. The advisory committee would be made up of district stakeholders, including students, parents, principals, and other staff. The committee will take into account new federal guidelines expected to be published after the first of the year, as well as offer feedback from each of their representative groups to assist us in this revision process. Both Ann Cooper, Interim Director of Nutrition Services, and Jeff Samforth, the district's Health Curriculum Coordinator, will help direct the work of the committee. The goal will be to present a revised comprehensive wellness policy to the board before the end of the fiscal year. Both Jeff and Ann are here with me this evening to give you further details on their components of the wellness policy.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. King, thank you so much. I'm here tonight to talk to you about the comprehensive wellness policy in BVSD, and specifically about some of the work that we've already done at the district level. Looking at this from a coordinated school health type of model and moving around the wheel. We have Senan Nauer, who's currently the counseling coordinator, working with the counselors and interventionists. I'm working on the physical education and comprehensive school health education at the curricular level. Susan Rowley is doing some work in school health services, spending a lot of time on the H1N1 situation right now. Leisha Connors-Bauer, who does a lot of work for the district on behalf of Boulder County, is working the youth, family, and community involvement aspect. Steve Hoban is currently doing a lot of work with the National Incident Management System and a grant that they just received, as well as working on an integrated pest management policy. Chef Cooper will be speaking to you in just a few moments about what's happening with nutrition services. And then Bob Jameson has done a lot of work just in the past few weeks with the staff health fair. There have been mobile mammography at the district site last week or 2 weeks ago. He's looking at colon cancer screening coming up within the next month or two. So we do have some things that are already happening. The fact is that we have a crisis right now in obesity in the United States. The information before you sort of lays that out, I think. The implications are relatively vast. The sedentary lifestyle and obesity are resulting in hypertension, high cholesterol, and dramatic increases in the level of type 2 diabetes, even among young children. There are many causes for this phenomenon, but the reality is that kids just aren't moving as much as they used to, which is why we need to get them moving at school, because the statistic here shows you that outside of school, at least within this study, they found that kids are not engaging in sports or other physical activities. Other research that discusses sedentary lifestyle has been focusing on TV, and some of that has been connected to other screen time using computers, video gaming, and so on. This study that you have before you here is looking at the thinking and learning area of the brain, which is the left hemisphere of the neocortex, and they sent some electrical pulses through the brain to see what the activity was, and again, you can see the results. People that are spending a lot of time in front of the TV may be having impaired memory over time. We have an opportunity to re-examine some of the accepted practices right now. There's a lot more homework that's being assigned to children. It's one of the reasons some researchers think that children are not able to get out and exercise and be physically active. It's an opportunity for us to challenge some of the assumptions that we've been working off of. There's an added benefit of getting kids more physically active and possibly reducing homework load, and that is that they will not have a sore back. They will be feeling better. If we look at these numbers and extrapolate out one more degree, over 12 years, if a child is coming up in the system that nationally we currently have, they have the potential to gain 60 pounds of fat while they're in their school years. Physical activity is good for the brain, and it also positively impacts learning. We also know that students who exercise get better grades. We're not only concerned with the physical health of students, but also with the mental health and emotional wellness. And kids are under a lot more stress than at any time during history. We also know that kids aren't getting enough sleep, and there are many causes for that as well, but we also know that physical activity promotes higher quality of sleep. Nutrition Services has already made some great strides, as Leslie talked about earlier with their part of the comprehensive wellness policy, and I'm going to turn it over to Chef Cooper now to discuss what is going on in nutrition services.
Hello. Well, last August we came and started talking about the wellness policy, and at that time we started a draft, and I'm really excited that we've decided to sort of slow this process down a little, and not only because I think that we can include a lot more people and have it be a lot more comprehensive, but there's some really exciting stuff happening. And besides that, I spend my days here in the district feeding kids and trying to be out in schools and eating lunch. I've been working on the national policy level, and I've been in Washington 3 times in the last few weeks. And today I was on a conference call with Matt Yale, who is Arnie Duncan, the Secretary of Education's Chief of Staff for Strategy. And I met with him and Karen Duncan, Arnie's wife, last week in Washington. And the reason that the Secretary of Education is wanting to meet with a lunch lady, and this speaks to Jean wanting to make sure that we really focused on the achievement gap, is because Arnie Duncan has now stated that the only way he believes that we can fix the achievement gap is by making sure children are well nourished in school. And to that point, Secretary of Education and the Secretary of Agriculture are now coming together to promote healthy food in schools as a way to help promote good education for all students. And they're going to be having a big conference, bringing all the people together who to talk on these issues, and they're going to do that in the first quarter of 2010. So that was really exciting to hear that today. So there's a lot of stuff happening. The Institute of Medicine's new guidelines that they're giving to the USDA on what we should be feeding kids is coming out the end of October. So we look forward to that. The child nutrition reauthorization is going to happen in the first quarter of 2010. And so we see a lot of stuff happening, whether it's in New York City and their policy on snack foods that they just did, or the new regulations that we believe that are going to come down on foods of minimal and no nutrient value. I think that taking a step back, waiting, being really inclusive in the community, but also to see what the government's going to do and what some other big school districts are doing and what best practices are, I think will really help us do this. One of the things we're going to do is start the process in November. We're going to have our inaugural meeting of the Advisory Council in November, and then in January after the holidays come back and really start work so that we can take everything into account that's happening on the national level, plus in our community as well, to be able to come back with you for a policy in the late spring. Does anybody have any questions for us?
Thank you so much. I know that you're working on all levels in this area, and I'm just really delighted that we're ready to talk about the whole wellness policy as one aspect, and that the first thing we had was the coordinated health groups, so that we have all the groups together and we can really build healthy kids in our schools as well as in our homes and families. So thank you so much for all the work you've done, and I appreciate the time that you're willing to spend to expand this whole discussion.
Great.
And by the way, I just want you to put me on your list, because as of the 1st of December, I'll be a community member and I'd be real happy to help.
Great. I will take you up on that.
Patty.
Well, I too want to thank you, Ann. I think it's great that we're finally recognizing the correlation of all these factors: food, physical exercise, stress, etc. Is it possible to get a copy of the PowerPoint? Just these facts came by pretty quickly. And that is interesting information, so if we could just get a copy, that would be great. Other than that, thank you. This is fabulous. It concerns me greatly, because I got a degree in biology. I graduated from college in 1983, and at the time the profile for type 2 diabetes was female over 40, and I hate to say it, but fat, but that was the way you would say it, fat female over 40, and there was no such thing as type 2 diabetes in a child who was 10 years old or 15 years old, and to think that we have a third of our children potentially having type 2 diabetes should be really shocking and scare everybody. And so I'm glad we're talking about it. It's relevant and huge epidemic and crisis in my mind.
Well, I think I'm tremendously optimistic about this just because the government, for the first time, seems to be really taking on this issue in a concerted fashion. The Secretary of Education and the Secretary of Agriculture have never worked together on a project before. So just that that's happening is unbelievable. And when I was in Washington last week and I spent the day between the White House and the USDA, the chef of the White House, Sam Cass, who we spent most of the day with, is specifically taking on this issue for Michelle Obama. So it's really exciting because they really get it in a very visceral fashion. So,
Good, thank you.
Lori?
Thank you. I appreciate the process that you're looking at now for the next, 6, 8 months, whatever it's going to be, to bring community people together, to think about the national issues, think about it locally. I think it sounds like a great process, and I'm really pleased with it. And I'm glad it's slowed down a little bit and it doesn't feel quite as rushed as it did a few weeks ago. So
Great.
I think it's great. I think it's right on target. Thanks.
thank you.
Well, I just wanted to say, this is very exciting news about the USDA and Department of Ed. And I'm just glad that our district is a little bit ahead of the game. So hopefully it won't be as difficult to adopt the guidelines that the feds hand to us. And I just wanted to say, again, my daughter's a freshman and she's having to take freshman PE. And I'm actually really impressed with the curriculum in the PE class because they do a lot about, every week they have a topic that they learn about and they have to, they get tested on it. And I was quizzing her on that, and it to me it seemed really top notch, and the kids are learning a lot. So, we'll just make it even better and maybe move it down to the lower grades too. So, thanks.
Jim?
I'll be quick and echo everything that my colleagues have said. Thank you for going to the community to get their input to really reflect a policy that's going to be inclusive of our communities. Quick question, and that would be how the district would advertise for participation in the group. I can't imagine we would have trouble finding people, but would be interested to hear what your thoughts might be.
We didn't specifically discuss how we would get the word out there. We were more trying to decide what groups we would have to have on it with principals and teachers and things like that. But we'll get back to you on that.
I think all I would add is because I think most of the board members' questions have really covered mine. Last time we kind of got bogged down in some of the details. So I think it's really important for this group to really start with the highest level and start maybe giving us some feedback on this as it's progressing, so we don't get kind of locked into some of the details and really miss the much broader picture of what we're trying to achieve here, both to ensure the academic success of our kids and to really provide education to them in terms of what is healthy lifestyles that they can carry forward. So keep us posted, and I think this is a very exciting.
Well, thank you, and I will leave you with one last thing. If any of you have any more ideas, some of you have emailed Leslie and I about things you'd like to see us working on or any other ideas, please email us. Please, be part of the process with us, and we will come back to you with lots of good ideas, I hope, in the months to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The next information item is the fourth quarter financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2009.
Shift gears here. Thank you again. You have before you this evening the unaudited year-end financial statements for the 2008-2009 fiscal year. We'll first look at the results of the general operating fund. They do show, as we talked about at mid-year, that total revenues were down approximately $2 million from budget. The major revenue variances included lower than budgeted current property tax collections, $1 million less in specific ownership tax collections, and again, close to $1 million rescission in our state funding. We did have some lower corresponding year-end expenditures for the general operating fund. They did come in at about 98% of the adopted budget compared to 97.6%. That's, again, the shrinking of that variance in that budget line item. And I think it's worth noting again that actual expenditures for just salary and benefits came in at over 99% of budget and continue to represent over 90% of total general fund expenditures. In total, net revenues, expenditures, and transfers provided the district with a positive ending fund balance this year, sufficient to cover Tabor on a GAAP basis as required by the district's fund balance policy. The remaining ending fund balance will carry over into the 2009-2010 school year to cover our school resource allocation and textbook carryovers. These carryover items will be discussed in further detail during the 2009-2010 revised budget discussion that will be happening at our next board meeting. A couple of other noteworthy financial items for the year include the results of operations for the Community School Fund, which posted net profits this year of over $785,000. And while this was a slight decline from last year, the funds exceeded its budgeted revenue projections and was able to contribute over $1 million to the overall operations of the district. And also, the district completed the third year of its building fund, which accounted for almost $110 million in capital project expenditures. All other funds reflect fairly typical activity for the year and ended the year with positive ending fund balances. These statements were presented in detail to the district's audit committee on October 9th. And finally, the district's auditors have been on site the last few weeks, finishing field work and reviewing our comprehensive annual financial report, or the CAFR, which, as you probably recall from last year, we prepare ourselves now. We don't expect for there to be any material changes to the statements from what you've seen this evening, and we'll be bringing the final report to you at the November 10th board meeting. And I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you. Board members. Jim.
Thank you, Leslie. As you pointed out, the audit committee met last week to review, and I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the work of you as well as the district in absorbing $1 million cut mid-year, rescission from the state, and making the necessary changes mid-year to a very complex budget to keep a positive year-end fund balance. That's not easy work, and certainly was a curveball thrown at us this year. I think that in the coming years, we're going to see more uncertainty on the revenue side, and I hope that you will continue your excellent work in building a reasonable budget that will allow us to live within our means and still meet our objectives. Thank you.
So any items of note from the audit committee? Or? Okay, excellent. Leslie.
Yes, just to reiterate what Jim said, given the cut that we've had and the rescission that we're probably not going to get in January, I'm happy to see that only one fund went into the negative and all the rest ended in the black. Hopefully we can say the same thing next year. I just wanted to ask a little bit about the health insurance fund. It still seems like we're still not quite in balance between the revenues and the expenditures, and need to increase the premiums. Now, I assume the district is paying for that premium increase. Is that correct?
That's correct. And if you look on page 3 of your notes, and the people watching on TV can find these online, you will see that for the health insurance fund, we do have, we have an ending fund balance of unreserved of $865,000, and that's after we've reserved $427,000 for claims that we know have already come through the system, and $2.6 million in claims that we assume are incurred but not reported. And so we do feel like the fund is still in good shape, but we have, as you suggested, raised our premiums. We'll be paying ourselves for next year, and you'll see that come through in the 9-10 budget so that we can kind of better reflect the expenses that are going out of the fund.
So that's part of the cost of covering health insurance for our employees, correct? And then I was just, with the dental fund, we don't pay those premiums, the employees pay that?
The dental, we do cover the employees, and employees can buy coverage for their dependents. And the dental insurance fund is similar to the health insurance fund. We're self-funded, but the dental fund is a little bit easier to manage because it's the benefits are capped.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to mention that looking at the charter schools, that I wanted to congratulate Justice High for coming in the black this last school year. So I know it's been
worked hard to do that.
difficult, but hopefully we've managed to balance out their needs and costs and so forth. Thank you.
Other board members. Jean?
I just wanted to clarify the $4.1 million for Columbine Building in the Capital Reserve Fund. Is that the money from Washington, the sale of Washington?
Yes.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
We've been
So
continuing.
that's
to
not an
carry over.
additional 4 point.
No.
Okay, well, you know.
Yeah, that's been carrying over for several years, which has kind of inflated this carryover from cap reserve every year because we've been holding those funds on behalf of the Columbine construction and on behalf of, there's another $1 million in there also related to the work up at Arapahoe Ridge High School.
What work is that? That doesn't,
It's related to the Teen Parent Center and the improvements next door.
oh, okay. Thank you.
Other board members? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We've come to the time in our agenda where we need to take a short break so that we can change the videotapes. And it's not videotapes, they're DVDs, but we still need to give our technical people just a few minutes to change. So I suggest we take a 5-minute break and we come back at 4 minutes before the hour.
You're gonna keel over, please.
No, I'm not going to
Go
keel
home
over.
first,
That's,
okay?
it's not that.
Oh, really? You can just yank this one? That's great. Good.
What didn't feel good?
Oh, I mean, I just. Yeah, no, I mean, I just didn't.
Oh, it's fine. It got the point across. I don't even have to do the work. I thought I was in charge of closing. All I have to do is speak.
Picture of academic success.
That's not something I can control. But it is interesting. Chris writes me an email. Stop the work you've been doing, closing the gap. Because all you have to do is feed people. I was like, yeah, thanks, Chris.
There's some truth to that.
No, there is some truth. That's why I've been one
No,
of
I
the biggest
know.
proponents of the breakfast, the universal breakfast.
Comment? Okay.
We couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Ann was the best speaker.
Yeah, that's, a lot of people don't realize that you do have to get right up.
Not too close, it gets distorted.
But pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close.
I don't even know, can you hear the board members? Because sometimes I can't
We
hear.
can't hear Patty.
Patty.
No.
Okay.
Hear-
Everybody, oh, okay, because I noticed, I turned on the mic, and then I turned the other direction, and I thought, that wasn't terrible.
Well, sometimes we can. Can used to be bad. Gotten a lot better.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
So, good, I'm glad you handed out the PowerPoint. And then, so, are we just gonna use the, domain, or are we working with coordinated health?
Wait, what we've done basically, we found that, well, the whole point of coordinated school health is coordinate everything going on and
Right,
get the
okay.
community in. So we were having a coordinated school health meeting bi-monthly with all of the communities. And then there's Fowler, Boulder County Health. And I sit on those meetings, and it was the same people, and we were talking about the same issues. So we're all in this perpetual state of redefining our coordinated school health. So, and we weren't getting any work done. So we said, this is silly, we'll partner. And instead of having 4 coordinated school health meetings, we have 2 coordinated school health Youth Alliance meetings on-site at the PDC. There are 2 others that are bi-monthly that are the St. Vrain School District. Since it's a whole Boulder town. And so that's kind of what we're doing now. Now, so how that plays in, I was trying to get a visual areas when you're talking about comprehensive wellness policy. It includes environment. So I was just kind of, I was trying to let the board know good things happen. have some.
Agenda item is the action item consent grouping. Tonight it consists of personnel items, approval of minutes for the September 22nd, September 30th, and October 6th, 2009 meetings, acceptance of donation Douglas Elementary, acceptance of donation Flatirons Elementary, acceptance of donation Nutrition Services, acceptance of donation Transportation Department, acceptance of donation Whittier, final acceptance of bond program project at Douglas Elementary School playground and irrigation improvements, final acceptance of bond program project Foothill Elementary, final acceptance of bond program project at Nevin Platt Middle School Phase 1 renovations, process for the distribution of surplus bond funds, approval of contract for intergovernmental service agreement between BVSD and the City of Boulder, intergovernmental service agreement between the Boulder Valley School District and the City of Boulder, memorandum of understanding between the Boulder County Commissioners, Boulder Valley School District, and Boulder County Department of Community Services, Microsoft Enterprise licenses, and deletion of board policies BCG, BB, BBB, BBE, BFD, BFE, and BDE. Do I have a motion? Jim, second. Leslie, does anyone want to pull one of these items from the agenda? First, we're going to do, no one wants to pull an item? Okay. Any questions or comments about any of these items? If we pull the item, it goes back to the end of the action item list, and then we talk about that particular item and vote on it separately. So the biggest difference between voting on it on consent and voting on it later is that when we vote on consent, we're approving all of the items on the list.
They're providing our milk this year, but they also made a donation to the Nutrition Services Fund, and it's being used to purchase and upgrade our small wares inventory. So it's capital purchases. It's tongs and cookware and all kinds of items like that. But we really needed to upgrade our kitchens as we try and cook from scratch and move away from the processed foods. We have vendors donate to us all the time. Oh, no. Correct.
Any other questions or comments on the consent grouping? Lori?
Just a quick comment. It looks like there's a lot of real nice donations from schools as a result of good fundraising and generosity, and I would just like to thank those parents and teachers and others who've been involved in donating to the schools. Really helps. Thank you.
Others? Okay, Sandy, would you please call the roll?
Albright.
Yes.
Paxton.
Yes.
Reed.
Yes.
Roberge.
Yes.
Leslie Smith.
Yes.
Patty Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the next three items are action items. The first one is the CASB resolution for the funding of full-day kindergarten. Is there anyone going to present this? Jean?
I need a motion, Ken.
I'm sorry, do I have a motion, please? Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Jean, seconded by Jim. Discussion. Jim, I'm sorry. I got so distracted there.
And I'm going to blend my two together for the CASB resolutions on full-day kindergarten and the expanded CPP funding. And it's, I believe, a strong system of public education is the foundation for our future economic success. And we've got to work to provide our children an advantage. And closing the achievement gap at the rate this community is demanding and requesting is going to require Boulder Valley to move to a full-day kindergarten. I have no idea where that funding is going to come from, but we need to work on it. We can work at it from our level. I think we need to work at it at a state level. And I hope that by supporting this resolution, we will tell our legislators and give them the message that this is something that's important to us, it's important to our community, it's important for the future of our country. So I fully support both of these resolutions. Thank you.
Other comments? Leslie?
I would just like to say that this very question came up at the forum at Aspen K-8, and I agree with Jim that for those of us that can afford it, most of us, I would say the majority of the parents in BVSD do send their children to preschool and pay for that extra enrichment for the full-day kindergarten. So by supporting this resolution so that all of our children can attend preschool and a full-day kindergarten and hopefully help to close that gap, I'm in full support.
Lori, Patty? Okay, go ahead, Jean.
I would just like to mention that we had quite a discussion about this at our Early Childhood Advisory team meeting at CASB. The reason that these resolutions were forwarded without recommendation was a concern with some school districts about the rescissions that will be made in the next fiscal year. So they felt that specifying early childhood education may put them in a position of then having to cut something else that they felt was really important. Some of the members said, oh, well, we need to ask for more. We can't just sit back and let it happen that we would not bring forward early childhood education. And others said, well, we have to have a little more measured proposal. It's very possible that on the discussion on the floor, these resolutions will be phased back to, rather than expand, to maintain. So I'm assuming that, I would like to know from all of you that you would like them either to be expanded as the resolution stands, or maintained as we may have to cut back to, but that my feeling is that all of you agree that early childhood education is extremely important for the foundation of our children and the closing of the achievement gap. So that's why I'm bringing these resolutions to you, is because we'll be fighting for them on the floor, and we'll see how well that goes. But I think that in my experience with a school district, which you understand is over the last 40 years, I remember in the early 90s, we were this close to full-day kindergarten. And then the funding was gone, and we were back to half-day kindergarten. And I think that we keep getting to this brink, and it's time to just say, you know, keep what we've got. If we can't expand it, we need to keep what we've got, so that when things get better, we can start expanding and providing our youngsters with a better foundation. I am fascinated by the work that's being done in kindergartens at this time. Children are not coming to school for 2.5 hours to be socialized. They are coming to school to be educated. They are reading, they are writing, they're doing math, and they're doing it very well. And I just looked at those little 5-year-old bodies with all those bright little eyes and was totally amazed at what they can actually do. The class I was in was a gifted and talented class, I will say that. But these were very competent 5-year-olds. And they were in school all day, and they were doing a marvelous job. And I think that if we can expand that to other children, we will be giving them a brighter future. So thank you for looking at this, and thank you for your support.
I think that for me, the statement is, I mean, the resolution is really well worded, and that what we're really voting on here, to me, is recognizing the value of funding. I mean, we often, you know, oftentimes what we do really boils down to a statement of values. And so I think that this is a very well-written resolution in that regard. And I understand there's a lot of legislative work that needs to go on to support these values, but I think it's very important for us as a board to really go out of our way to create a specific resolution that states this is one of our key values for all the reasons that everyone else has already mentioned. So given that, if there are no further comments, Sandy, would you please call the roll?
Albright?
Yes.
Paxton?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Roberge?
Yes.
Leslie Smith?
Yes.
Patty Smith?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so then we move on to the next item, which is the resolution in support of funding for the Colorado preschool program. And again, are there any additional comments or questions about this particular resolution? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I'm not myself tonight. We need a motion, please. Leslie, seconded by Jean. Now, just discussion or comments.
For all the reasons that we approve full-day kindergarten, we need to start with the preschool and make sure that we're providing those spaces, particularly for our at-risk students who need that extra push for kindergarten.
Comments? Lori?
I'm just real happy to be able to vote for this, and I think it's important that we go on record of supporting this kind of support for our young kids. I think it's really helpful for our families, it's great for kids, it helps with the achievement gap, and I'm really glad to be able to vote for it.
Other comments or questions? Sandy, would you call the roll, please?
Albright?
Yes.
Paxton?
Yes.
Reed?
Yes.
Roberge?
Yes.
Leslie Smith?
Yes.
Patty Smith?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, the next set of items are study items. The first one is the recommendation from the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee regarding Columbine Elementary School.
Good evening. I'd like to at least acknowledge in the audience tonight we have the principal of Columbine, Tom Blahawk, our project manager for Columbine, and representatives from the architectural firm Bennett Wagner and Grody, and our contractors from A&P. So any technical questions that you might have that I'm not able to answer, I've asked our design team to be present and assist me in that. Last April, we came to you with a request to supplement the budget of Columbine. And at that time, the board was hesitant to do that based on a number of issues or reasons. First and foremost, I think you wanted a process in place that fairly defined and established criteria on how appropriations of any bond surplus funds would be appropriated. And I'm pleased that you took action on that tonight on your consent agenda. I believe that since April, many of the issues that you were concerned about have been addressed, and as such, we're back again tonight making that request. I've tried to outline some of the rationale on reasons for the request. You heard some conversations from community members regarding 2-round, 3-round, 4-round. What we've tried to do in our design is follow our ed spec and follow some direction that you had given guiding principles to the superintendent that called for a neighborhood school which meets ed spec, that is 4 rounds, and has the ability to serve the current population and those students that reside within the attendance area who do not attend Columbine. Thus, we're at a design point right now we call design development, showing a school around 68,000 square feet, about 10% below our ed spec. We've had to compromise, but that building is a 4-round building. That building also includes, not included in our ed spec, is pre-K and some ancillary support services related to mechanical rooms, electrical rooms, and some IT closets. On the 29th of September, staff met with the design team looking at the estimated budget at that time. And as expected, that design exceeded our current budget. That isn't necessarily surprising at that point in the design process. And we have been working closely with design consultants, primarily mechanical, electrical, structural, and landscape, in trying to identify ways to cut costs from that preliminary DD estimate. As a reminder, I would like to inform the board that when SIPSI put their proposal together, Columbine was costed out at about $18 million total project budget. The current budget is $12.1 million, and even with the augmentation of the $2 million that we're requesting, the project still lacks funding as anticipated by SIPSI. And I think I mentioned earlier, the design reflects this challenge. We compressed the building by about 10%. We also, to reduce costs, plan to open that building with the current furniture, the majority of the current furniture that's presently in Columbine. So we don't have an FF&E, a furniture budget that we could apply towards this project. Staff's confident that with the additional funding requested, the project can be built, including the 4th round ad alternate. I'd like to acknowledge, though without the funding, a base build 3-round school could be constructed. However, the core facility and building systems cannot be sized for future growth potential. And dedicated pre-K classrooms at this time would not be provided. Now, if they were to be provided, that some other space would have to be compromised. So a simple analogy is a cost per square foot. The larger the building, the more it's going to cost. So again, we think we can do a 3-round without the supplemental funding, but we don't size the building systems, the core facilities, for a 4th round growth potential, nor any of the building systems, primarily the mechanical for that fourth round. We simply don't have the budget to do that. Staff applied this request to the recently adopted process for allocation of surplus funds. We feel it meets the intent of the first priority, changes in scope and budget that are necessitated by changes in enrollment and/or school programmatic needs. Since the original facility assessment of the school was constructed, the school has initiated a pre-K program, which is desired to be included in the new school program. In addition, the new building is being designed for a larger enrollment than what is currently served at Columbine to allow students from the attendance area to access the school and to meet the ed specs. Also, it has long been the district's intention that Columbine would help absorb some of the growth potential in North Boulder. Quickly, the following reasons support the rationale for additional funding. Surplus bond funds are available now. It is cost effective to construct the fourth round at this time. The fourth round allows the building the added capacity to serve the needs of its attendance area. And building now would reduce the construction disruption to both the school and the neighborhood. Based on the above analysis, staff is recommending that the board approve supplementing Columbine's budget in the amount not to exceed $2 million. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, any technical questions that I can't answer, I'll bring the experts up to assist.
Okay. Board members. Patty.
So your justifications sound reasonable. The only thing I don't really hear about is the program. And I think there was an email earlier from Helene, who's not here this evening, and I would ask that same question, that what would give me assurance, or at least some reasonable expectation, that you were going to be able to draw these students for a fourth round, considering right now what the public comments were tonight and what the reputation of the school has been in that community. So I guess the question is, why do you need a fourth round when you haven't yet attracted those parents? Or do you know that you have attracted back those parents?
You know, I'm sure we can fill the space. We have space shortage across the district, and we have a lot of programs in schools like Plaid and others that are housed there. So filling the space isn't a problem. I've really had to, in my mind, to extract the programmatic conversation from the facility conversation. We are seeing a lot of exciting changes at Columbine in the results that we've seen and the leadership of Marcos. We're excited about the direction the school's going. And I've seen schools in this district change on a dime. I was commenting about the choice program several years ago. We were down to about 80 kids. A change, a couple teachers in there, and the program exploded, and we were turning kids away over a one-year period. So I'm confident there is change happening at Columbine that will draw more kids. But that aside, I think for the financial reasons alone that Don's laid out, and for the reasons that CBOC recommended it, that the time to do it is now, because you disrupt less, we have the money, and it just makes good financial sense. The bid market is very favorable. But for me, I've peeled those two conversations apart. So I'm not sure that's the satisfactory answer.
Can you give me any idea, or give the board any idea of where the program's going? Or do we, I know we had some updates, but we weren't very well into the process about the actual programming that would be in place at Columbine that would attract the families from the neighborhood.
Right. Ellen, would you want to talk about the program?
Yeah, I think, and Marcos is here too. We had the program planning process until Marcos came on board, and now it's Marcos's baby. And I don't mean it
Sufficiently hidden in the corner.
And I don't mean that like we're not involved with you. It's not anything like that. It's just that now he's the leader of the school, and maybe you'd like to talk about the work you're doing with your leadership team and with Dave Benson. We've got some really exciting things going on.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it started before school even started. We had asked the teachers to come back a couple of days before school started on the 10th and the 11th. I call it the church meeting because we were at First Presbyterian Church. But we worked with Dave Benson, who's works with CDE. We rolled out the report. The teachers did an outstanding job of recognizing some of the things that we needed to work on based on the CDE audit. We came up with some really good plans for how we want the school to continue and how we want some of the changes that we know need to happen, but also being able to maintain some of those wonderful programs we already have. Then we had the opportunity to work a lot of that into our TIES goals, and which were recently turned in, and that has really been a real exciting part for us. We also applied based on the needs that the teachers and all of us and the CDE consultants, based on what we identified from that, we were able to write a grant to the CDE for, and it ended up being a total of $110,000. I almost said million because we've been talking about millions, but it wasn't that much. So we'll be able to do some professional development around our leadership team that we've recently put together, that we're meeting monthly to try and define the direction of the school, make good, solid decisions, and it's actually been really exciting. You know, we're trying to learn how to maneuver all the different things that are happening within our building, and trying to keep some of those really great programs that we have, and at the same time trying to make sure that we meet the needs of our community and that we meet the needs of our students who are there currently and who we hope in the future to be able to teach. Did I hit it okay?
Well, let me ask you a follow-up
Okay, sure.
question. So how would a parent who lives in the community who has not been attending the school, what can you name a specific or a general idea that would look different to them than what has been in the past?
Actually, right away, one of the things I think you'd notice is we have is a safety piece of it. We've got our staff members around the building. I've talked with several community members who are very pleased with that. As a matter of fact, one of my teachers who's here today, she goes out with her big yellow vest and stands out in the front and chews away all the bad parkers. But a lot of those kinds of things, just making sure that we have kids in there that are under supervision. Some of the other things you might see are that within the classroom we have a lot of our standards are posted. Our standards, we've been working on specific learning objectives and language objectives. The staff has, trying to think of some other things because I see it every day, and so I'm trying to think of somebody, what would they see if it was new. Our school is extremely inviting. It's the kind of place where you can talk with teachers and with staff members and it feels comfortable. The conversations we're having in staff meetings that we're having in different places are extremely positive. It's all about moving forward. It's about taking the information we got from the CDE and from
Dave Benson? No.
And Dave Benson, and trying to just move forward. And the staff is really ready to do that.
They're also a part of the Galileo pilot. I don't know if you want to talk about mathematics. About the
Galileo. One of the things our staff identified was that we saw that our kids were making really good growth on AVMR with using AVMR assessments, but they weren't making the same growth in CSAP. And so what we realized was we needed to have some different kinds of varied assessments that would help us to kind of monitor the progress of our kids and find out what it is that they're missing and what it is they need. So we were fortunate to be able to get in on the Galileo project, which is a grant that was written for I don't know how many schools, but it was a grant that was written that we can use to be able to assess our kids a little bit better. We're also working with the University of Colorado on their biliteracy, transitions to biliteracy project, because one of the things that we noticed is that our kids are making really good growth. For those students who were in that project, by the time they got to 4th grade, those kids are showing a lot of really good growth. And so we know that that's something that's worked really well for us. And so now we want to transfer some of those strategies and processes that the university has been teaching some of our teachers in some of our areas and being able to expand that even bigger. And a lot of our parents have asked for that too, because right now we have a Spanish as a second language program, and a lot of our parents would actually like to see that even expanded as well, so that we could provide even more of that for our kids. I'm sorry, I can talk.
All right, you should. We asked you to.
I just wanted to quickly add on to that, not necessarily related to program, but related to the facility. I will say that the DAT was very inclusive. It was the largest DAT that we've had through the bond project to date. We had prospective parents, those parents that lived in the attendance area whose child did not attend Columbine at the present time. And they were an integral part of shaping and influencing the design of the building. So from a building standpoint, something that's fixed, I think we captured their concerns and their input, insight, and it's certainly reflected in the design. So aside from the program, the structure that, as someone mentioned, is intended to be there 50-plus years, reflects the input of a lot of different stakeholders, and I think a very inclusive and a very comprehensive process that was part of this.
Other board members, Jim.
Thank you for the presentation, Don. I guess one of the concerns I have, certainly as a taxpayer, is that my taxes are being used efficiently and transparently. I think the transparent part here is good. We've had good involvement at the various levels, and we've asked for input and honored it. One of the things I see, though, is building a 4-round school that it would be half empty. And what I see is portables still on other properties that BVSD has and other schools. We have children in portables. One of the questions I'd have is, after the current bond projects are all done, how many portables will BVSD still have? And what would be the plan to address that while we build a school that would be currently half empty? I get that it'll be here for 50 to 100 years, but my concern is we have schools that are very full already. And what have we done to address that?
Well, the intent of the bond is to provide additional classrooms or new classrooms in those schools that are experiencing growth. And I think our promise was to eliminate portables and have the ability to house students within the building. Certainly, portables are intended to be a temporary solution at times because of lack of resources. They've been there longer than desired. But certainly our intent is to provide permanent space, classroom space for those students that are housed in portables. And I think we've achieved that through phase 1 and through the beginning of phase 2. So that's the plan. Will they all be gone? I'm not sure yet. We've got some growth areas that I think are reaching a plateau. Eastern County, Superior, for instance, if you look at the enrollment numbers, compare them to past years, we're down slightly. It's anticipated, so there'll be a point in time we wouldn't build, and I understand your concern about building added capacity and not having the enrollment to fill it. I will say, however, that I went back 8, 9, 10 years and looked at the historic residents or students that live within the attendance area, Columbine, and it's consistently been the mid 500s to 600. Last year, 577. Are they all going there? No, they're not. And I think we want that school. One of our objectives from a design standpoint was we wanted that school's enrollment, and I think the board concurs with this, to reflect the demographics of the neighborhood. And we need to build, the 3-round doesn't do it. The 3-round replaces what's there now and doesn't provide any capacity for families who choose not to attend to attend. And so our intent is, I'm confident that that building will fill it and it'll be reflective of the attendance area. I can't tell you when that's going to be, but it'll happen. And I base that on some experience that we have seen recently elsewhere in the district. Lafayette Elementary, as Dr. King mentioned, that changes in the enrollment there were lightning fast by school standards. Casey Middle School, which Columbine feeds into, has shown significant growth. Matter of fact, their 6th grade population, if I'm not mistaken, is about double what their 7th grade population is now, and that's an anticipation of stability in the program, anticipation of a new building. There's a whole host of reasons why that's occurring. So we would expect that same kind of reaction given the direction of Columbine now.
Follow up? Or,
No.
okay.
I've got a separate one.
Leslie.
This is an interesting conversation because, we had a lot of speakers tonight that were talking about program, location of building, the neighborhood versus the population that's in the school, and I think it's all getting wrapped up. And I believe the question before us is just the $2 million, right, this evening?
Correct.
And I drive by Casey every single day, and today I actually drove by it especially slowly because of this conversation, and it's huge. And I know a lot of people, when we came forward with this plan to increase the student capacity so much, we were accused of, oh, they're going to close Whittier and make a K-8. And no, that's not the case. It's looking at the historical data of what the neighborhood at its peak student population, and all neighborhoods go through peaks and valleys of population numbers as far as students. We're building a school that will meet the needs, and as you're saying, it looks like even though they're crammed in all the portables at Platt, they're still enrolling in at a really high rate this year, which is great. So I see the same thing happening right now with Columbine, with people saying, it's not going to attract neighborhood kids. You're going to close Uni Hill and bring those students over to Columbine. We've never discussed that issue. And I think we need to be forward-looking in the program. Who knows what it's going to be like in 50 years? Who knows what education is going to be like in 50 years? Our students are asking us to do something differently. It may be something that we can't even imagine right now. And I would rather have a building where we can accommodate all the students in the neighborhood. Just looking, I'm constantly amazed at South Boulder that on Table Mesa, at one point there were 3 very full elementary schools. And now, if it weren't for open enrollment, those elementary schools would not be full. My neighborhood at Foothill is bursting. It's over 500. Superior's at 664. I was pulling up these numbers as one of the speakers was talking tonight. But those numbers are going to go down. Columbine actually has a portable right now. It had 2 when Montessori was there. So that's just part of, I think, what happens with the ebbs and flows of student numbers in neighborhoods as they age. So I think that, this is a good idea, and I support at this point just the addition of the $2 million in building the 4-round school, and we're not even talking about at this point where the building's going to be located or so forth.
Good point. I would like to remind the board that this isn't really a site design or a DAT issue. This is a funding issue to augment the budget. We're not asking for input on how the designs progressed, the number of rounds. It's really supplementing the budget in order to build the school as designed. The DAT was, as I mentioned, very inclusive. It's the largest one in the district. We didn't turn anyone down. Even those that oppose the project are part of that process. We listened to them. That input, again, helped shape the design. It was transparent. The minutes and agendas were all posted. Correspondence went out in the beginning to the surrounding neighbors. There were public meetings. We took input at the beginning of every meeting. But that's not the issue. The real issue is, as what you mentioned, is augmentation of the budget, and is the request consistent with the process that you just adopted tonight?
Other comments? Jean?
I'm not sure that I understand all the things that you're talking about. The numbers just didn't add up for me. I guess that the 18 million, the original SIPSI projection, I don't recall.
Well, if you go back into the Educational Facility Master
Right.
Plan, SIPSI made a recommendation to the board in excess of 300 million. I believe it was 317, it might have been 322,
It was
I don't recall.
450
as a
million,
recommendation
wasn't it?
in a work study. At that meeting, you were provided some results from some polling that the district had done that indicated
we had to
stronger
take it
support
back.
if
Yeah.
the bond question was under 300 million. And the board directed SIPSI to go back and reduce
Right.
that recommendation under 300 million.
Yeah.
It's in that reduction when they came back. So the,
So they took 10 million out of building, a new building at Columbine, and gave us an 8 million remodel.
correct.
Okay, then you came to us and said it would be more expedient to rebuild the building if we could find the funds. And we had the funds with the sale of Washington. And I was pretty sure that we were assured that we could build an ed spec building for $12 million. If we gave you that $4 million plus the $8 million for the remodel, that we would have an ed spec building for Columbine.
I
That
think-
would be the 3-round school.
Right.
Okay. But now you're saying that if you build that building, that you can't expand the core facilities to, in the expectation that you might have a 4-round building. Is that what you're saying?
You could expand at a later date at a higher cost. The building that we can build right now with the current budget is a 3-round building whose core facilities are sized for 3-round and whose building systems are sized for 3-round. We can accomplish that. We met with the design team
Okay.
prior to this meeting. And we still, that's still
That's
tough.
still-
I mean, there's still compromises. I will say that that building's in the neighborhood of about 55,000 square feet.
That's what you said, 55,000 square feet.
So our ed spec, again, we're getting kind of a mixed message. So since that date, you specifically gave some guidelines, which I've included as an attachment to the
Right.
superintendent, that said, build a school for the current population and those that reside in the attendance area. To me, that means build it to the educational specifications, 4-round. Our 4-round building ed spec currently is 71,000 square feet. I think I've identified almost 8,000 square feet. That's not even included in the ed spec because that was adopted in 2002 and our program has changed since then. So in reality, let's say we're in the neighborhood of 75 to 78,000 square feet. We're coming to you now because that's a challenge on the budget. We're coming to you with a request for a building that's in the neighborhood of 68,000 square feet, or about 10% plus or minus below ed spec. So we've compromised, but we still have you still need a library, a gymnasium, a kitchen, a cafeteria
Right.
sized for future growth. Those are very difficult spaces to add on at a later date. Certainly you could add a classroom wing on at a later date. We've done that
Right.
numerous times. But it's that core facility. If you're not in there now doing it, it's very difficult, and much more expensive to do it at a later date.
Well, and I can understand that. My real concern is that we've already allotted $4 million more to this particular project, and we're asked for another $2 million. And there's 50 schools in this school district, and as Jim said, some of them still have portables, and I just have a very difficult time, supporting another $2 million for this building. It would seem to me, and by the way, with the numbers, so I may be messing with the program here, but I went back and looked at some of the schools that have the same number, and they're running 3-round programs. And so I'm trying to figure out why we need a 4-round program. I know it's in anticipation, but it would seem to me that the next time we do a bond project, we could add those classrooms on, with the exception, I understand what you're saying about the core facilities, but it just doesn't seem fair to me. And so I'm having a real hard time with it.
You know, I know it's a difficult issue. You know, certainly we had an expectation that we could provide with the budget as is, provide that building. I'm saying we can. It's 3-round. It's 3-round without pre-K, which there's a pre-K component that currently exists. So if you wanted to emphasize and assure yourself that pre-K is going to be provided within that 55,000 square feet, something else has to give under the current budget. So acknowledge that there's going to be a compromise somewhere if you value the pre-K in that program.
Which of course I do.
Right. The other part of it is really, I think you hit it, is that opportunity to build a school that allows those that currently reside in the attendance area, and there's a fair amount of buzz about this school. You know, I sat in on a couple of DAT meetings, and certainly the input from prospective parents, it wasn't difficult to recruit those. The people are looking for an opportunity to come back to their neighborhood school.
Yeah, it's kind of to the question earlier, you know, what assurances can we make that those kids will come back? And I really can't. I cannot assure you with great confidence. I can assure you they won't have space to come back if we don't build the space for them now. So there is a bit of a gamble, and we've really wrestled with this a lot ourselves. It's not an easy decision, but we have a DAT lined up behind this decision. We have CBOC lined up behind this decision, and staff strongly recommending it. So, you know, I don't know what more we can do, but it will never be done cheaper, and it will never be done less with one disruption unless we do it now. Otherwise, we're looking at more money and multiple disruptions. So we've really wrestled with it too, but I think we kind of rest our case. I mean, this is as good as we can do. I think we leave it in your capable hands at this point.
One other point I'd like to make, is you know, in the early 90s to mid 90s, we really looked at another additional school in North Boulder. Matter of fact, we had property identified at 47th and J, and we had process this with the board about relinquishing our interest in that property. And that primarily we did that because based on our projections at that time, we only had about enough students to fill that school halfway. And it didn't seem to make sense to build a school at 47th and J and not have the capacity to fill it. So at that time, when we did relinquish that interest in the property, Columbine was always part of the solution to North Boulder growth. We have schools that are fairly large, Crestview and Foothill right now, high 500s pushing 600, Flatiron's full. So as the economy turns and we do see hopefully new development, new residential development, and we see enrollment growth, we'll need somewhere to place them. So I'm confident, you know, a combination of that factor and having a very robust attendance area right now, slightly less than 600, and having the ability, hopefully, to successfully attract those families back to Columbine, it fills up.
Patty?
So here's why I have concerns about this. Number one, aren't there temporary or thank you. Aren't there portables at Southern Hills right now, and aren't they finished with their bond project? Aren't there like 2 or 3 portables that are out there that are going to be permanent?
No.
Okay, because it looked like there was a building attached to the building on the outside that didn't look like a permanent structure.
Now, remember, any portable that's leased, I can guarantee you, we won't have anymore. The district has purchased portables in the past, and so we'll try to, on occasion, find programs for those and not incur relocation costs, et cetera. It's fairly expensive. So some of the district-owned portables may be in place. Unlikely that they'll be housing students.
Okay, so
They'll be
there could
housing
be that
district programs.
The building may look like it has portables, but it's not for your typical classroom. It's for some
Yeah,
accessory.
I mean, to get to your initial question, those portables were removed from Southern Hills as a part of the project there. We also removed the portables at Aurora 7 that were, assisting with capacity with BCSIS and High Peaks. In addition to that, we removed the ones from Lafayette Elementary. So as we go along, certainly that was part of the plan all along, was to address the capacity issues and moving kids from a portable into the building, and we're achieving that as we go along.
Okay, so here's my follow-up question then, Chris. So we talk about our success at Lafayette Elementary. I remember seeing an OE report last year or maybe the year before, and I was surprised by the number of free and reduced lunch kids there. It didn't seem like there were that many children there on free and reduced lunch at Lafayette any longer. And so you could clarify that for me, number one. And number two, you have Sanchez that we've put a lot of money into programming there. Has it increased its enrollment based on that programming change? And that's where I get the concern about Columbine, is that we've tried some programming changes that we have full hope that will attract more students. Have they always worked? So what makes us so confident at doing that at Columbine, and particularly with Jean's point that we have 50 schools, this school's already received $12 billion. So, for me, it's not all adding up, because I see that there could be inequity in terms of distribution of funds, and I'm not sure how this change in programming, if that's even what it is, will really attract those students.
I know that Lafayette Elementary is right on the cusp of being a target assistant school, so that sets it at free reduced rate around 25%.
I think they're at 23 this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my point would be, not hard to see why the community would accept that school, because we've said 20-25% of free and reduced lunch kids tends to not impact educational achievement. So now you're looking at Columbine, which has 85% free and reduced lunch kids, right? And you're thinking, I'm just wondering, can you use the same strategy you use for Lafayette? I mean, you can't, because it's not the same demographics. So can you make the same conclusion that by adding programming, it's going to change the attendance, specifically considering Sanchez, which has higher free and reduced lunch, has not necessarily increased enrollment as much as we would like based on programming changes?
I'm just looking at it in much bigger, sweeping historical terms. I'm not, again, thinking about it in terms of, can I fill it this year or next year in 2 or 3 year periods? Although we will fill the space. We will use it for small class size. So you won't go in that building and see classrooms sitting. We will fill the space. But I'm thinking of it in terms of 5-year, 10-year, 15-year increments. I know we will fill it then, because we will have growth in North Boulder, and we will never buy these seats cheaper than we will now. So it's just in how you look at it, and I'm not worried about filling it in the short term. I'm worried about buying that space at the cheapest I can get it for the long haul. Some superintendent and some school board down the road will thank us for that decision, even if we don't optimize that capacity in the next year or 2 or 3.
But what about Leslie's comment, where you have schools in South Boulder that used to be full, and Ken's work in the past, where we look at this enrollment trending, where you have burgeoning schools, and then the kids get older, and then the retired parents, so you have that fluctuation anyway.
Built when those homes were new, though, but this is a 50-year-old neighborhood, so I think it's going to be much more stable. The better analogy of the Bear Creeks and the Mesas right now would be El Dorado and Superior, where you've got portables, but those numbers will drop as those neighborhoods gentrify, and then we won't need those portables on those campuses.
And so, but you don't expect that kind of up and down in terms of enrollment to happen in?
No, not in North Boulder where it's very stabilized. Growth is very incremental and small in a 50-year-old neighborhood. Glenn's plotted this for us. He shows us graphs that, a neighborhood spikes in its youth population when it's brand new, but it tapers off. And then there are little bumps, but there's never that big spike again in a neighborhood.
Okay.
Jim?
To take this in a different direction, another concern that I heard in public participation tonight that I would like to give the district an opportunity to answer is how does the AYP metric and where we're at with the AYP clock, if you will, how does that interact with this being a district facility? What timeframes could be there? What risks are associated with that?
Well, even if we reconstitute the school in some dramatic fashion, we're still going to have 300 or 400 kids who need a school. So we could change things dramatically at that school and still occupy it. The state will not come in and take that school from us, as one of the speakers suggested might happen. Ellen, do you want to speak more to the AYP timeline?
Well, it is one of those, so we acknowledge that the state would have the power, but we don't think that they would use it. And, I was just trying to understand the answer to that question, because it is a concern I've heard in the community about, what exactly does this mean?
I don't think there was, I can only think of one middle school in DPS that the state actually came in, and was it Smedley or Smiley or Smith? Cole, and it was deemed a disaster. It did not, and they have not done it again. So I think the odds are in our favor that the state is not going to come in and do that.
I think that's important for the community here. If I can, one follow-up, and that is, Lafayette Elementary still does have a portable. It is for the after the full-day kindergarten program.
I guess I'd like to take.
Excuse me, that was a choice of the school. They like that location, they like the setup, it functions well, and allowed them some other opportunities within the building where that program otherwise would have been located.
Well, in our long-range plans involve a new school in that attendance area. We've talked about that.
It was interesting. I pulled my file on Columbine, and it goes back to the first few months that I was on the board 6 years ago. And I guess I want the community to understand that Columbine is probably the most complex situation, complex issue, problem, whatever you want to call it, that I've certainly faced in the 6 years that I've been on the board. And in that 6 years, I've been looking at, doing a lot of research and listening to a lot of people's opinions and about things like population growth or the lack thereof, and open enrollment patterns and stratification and all of the many complex issues that seem to be intertwined at Columbine. And I just want to talk about a couple of them that I think have sort of been raised in this about the growth in Boulder. And I think that, from what I know of the situation and the work that I've done over the years, I do believe that the population in North Boulder will be relatively stable, but probably grow in a reasonably controlled manner over the next few years. It's certainly clear that there's a tremendous amount of open enrollment out of that neighborhood, and that as sort of one of the people that tends to focus on some of the North Boulder issues, disturbs me a little bit that so many people in the north part of town are going to other schools. I've looked at this issue of the size of the school, and I know that there's been a lot of research that shows a pretty strong effect of that. But in the stuff that I've looked at in terms of our schools and our, at least, test scores, the kind of numeric data that I can get, it doesn't seem like a 4-round or a 3-round school has that much impact on academic performance right now. It doesn't have that much impact on, it doesn't have that much impact on academic performance as best I can tell. But I do think that this is not about $2 million. This really is about whether this is a 4-round school or a 3-round school. And the dollars are a means to get to that decision. The other thing that I guess occurs to me as I think through these issues and all of I really do appreciate with so many people in the community taking the time to email us and to talk to us, and there are people who are very much supportive of what we're doing here. There are people who are very much against what we are doing here, and each side has some pretty reasonable viewpoints on this. As I try to pull this apart a little bit, I do see that there is somewhat, the size of the building and the kinds of things we've talked about in terms of our vision for the future, and people 10 years from now coming back and saying, I'm glad you built this really nice school, and it's got lots of kids from the neighborhood in it. We've really done a good job of bringing this back. That's one piece of the issue, and I'm very supportive of spending the money now for all the reasons that have been enumerated, that this is a good time to build the school that we want to have. It's not so much can we do it, but what school do we want to have? And I think that we want to have a 4-round school. We want to have a nice modern school. But the place where the puzzle pieces have to fit together is that there really does have to be, if this is going to be a neighborhood school, the neighborhood has to feel a sense of ownership for this. And when I talk to many of the people who have taken the time to talk to us over the last few months, and actually going back many years, I'm still getting the feeling that the community still has some big rifts in it with regard to what their vision of this school is and how it's going to work in their community. So my bias at this point is to say, yes, I think that for all the reasons I've just mentioned, I think it's a good idea to build a 4-round school, and therefore it makes sense to approve the extra money. But I think that I really want to make sure that we fill in that other piece of the puzzle that has to fit with this one, and that is, how can we get the community to have more of a buy-in, more of a unified sense of ownership. I understand we can't keep everybody happy, but I'm just not seeing that there's a fundamental core of unity in the neighborhood right now. And I think that voting for this should not, I guess the point I'm trying to make with all of this is, should not relieve the pressure on us to really bring the neighborhood together so that they feel some collective ownership for this school, and that they will embrace this new building and be willing to bring their kids back to it. And so I do want to try to separate it to some extent, but I just really want to make sure that we all hear my main point here, and that is, I think we still have to do a lot more to bring the community together about this particular school. So with that, I will turn the floor over to any other comments or questions that people might have. Leslie?
I agree with you, Ken, and I just, back to Casey, another reason why that program is now, or the school is finally successfully changing the demographics, is because we opened another program, ESL program. So not all of the English language learners were funneling into that school. The ones that lived in the Centennial attendance area now can attend that school because it has a ESL. So, you know, the destratification committee came up with recommendations, and we have push and pull recommendations to try to spread out the number of Latino kids, just because of that tipping point of about 40%. Once you get over that, then it's the educational program may not be quite as strong for them. So I think, like you say, Ken, I think I have no problem thinking, okay, let's build this 4-round school. Where our work really will come is how we can attract back parents and continue with that incentive for maybe Latino families to go to other schools. But we got slapped by a complaint from the Office of Civil Rights, and it's not like we're trying to spread the families out, and we just want to improve their education. So it is a very complicated problem, but I think it's something that the board really needs to focus on and get over this first hump, and then, you know, work hard on our community engagement and trying to bring, you know, the Anglo parents are talking, you know, they've complained to us that the Latino parents aren't interested in integrating with them, and, you know, I don't know how we can start getting people talking, but I see that's where we need to go next in this step.
Jean?
I get that the growth in North Boulder. I get we build it cheaper now than we will in the future. I just don't know any other project that we have looked at on our bond project where we have increased the allocation by 75%. And that's the part that I'm having a real difficult time with, because there are 50 schools, 50 buildings, 50 needs out there, and this is the only one that we have put this much extra money into. And I just, we have we will have two brand new school buildings in the city of Boulder that is not increasing in their enrollment. Whereas we have growth, and it may be leveling out in some of our eastern communities, but, I've sat in meetings with people from Erie who begged us to build a school. And I would just hope that if you're going to put the money into Columbine, that the next time around we have that building in Erie if it's not too late. If we haven't lost all those students to other schools, to charters that are just dying to build and take those kids. And so I just still have a really hard time with that particular part of it. As I see, as Jim was talking about, as a taxpayer, I'm really concerned. We promised them, the people, that we would do what we promised we were going to do, and here we are giving one project a 75% increase. So that's how I feel about it.
Any other comments or questions? Lori?
Well, I would just say, just in response to that one comment about a lot of extra money for Columbine, and I'm not really arguing for it, but the way I look at it is this. When the Citizens Advisory Group identified needs, Columbine was the last one that was cut. And so it was not on the bond language that way, that Columbine would get additional money, but it was the very last one that was cut. And so in my mind, it's okay. I mean, I think that justifies the cost because of, I just trust the CBOC to have looked at how they disperse the money.
And I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I would just add, sort of reinforce that point that this, this has received review from the CBOC, and it was the CBOC that we essentially chartered to look at these kinds of things to make sure that, at least from a citizen's perspective, that we were doing what we said we were going to do at the beginning of the bond. So I certainly do want to honor that, and this is being brought to us as a recommendation from the CBOC. So, okay, we will bring this back next week for action, or next meeting rather, for action. So, okay. The next issue is revision of Board Policy ECF, Energy Conservation.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. King, and our audience out there. We bring before you this evening a revision to Board Policy ECF. Before I introduce Dr. Carroll on the subject, I'd like to point out the documents that we presented you with earlier this evening. This is a printed copy of the Sustainability Management System document, and it details the efforts that we've been making in the last 12 months and beyond. And then it provides a roadmap of our efforts related to sustainability. Keeping with our green mission, we did print a limited set of copies on this matter, and I do want to draw a lot of our audience to our website, where you can find this green icon here and just hit it, and it'll bring you up to all the efforts that we're making in sustainability. In addition to that, I'd like to quickly address Jean's questions around how sustainability, our initiative with sustainability and wellness, supports our mission with academic achievement within the school district. And as a former principal and teacher in this school district, it's really, as being the head of operations, it's always a trick of how we in operations really support that mission in the classroom. And you know, it's really hard to tie a plumber into some of the efforts that we do out there, but we really work hard to support the educational mission that occurs in there. And in this regard, I feel pretty confident in that. You know, I think we have an obligation to our future citizens of the world to teach them about environmental issues. Secondly, I think, you know, it's a topic that really resonates with our youth. And as Peter had brought up earlier this evening, and he was talking about from a SAC perspective, not only is it about self-consciousness, I think they really look at this as a potential career path for them. So from that achievement standpoint, I think that's real important. And finally, we had the opportunity last year to hear Bishop Desmond Tutu speak to the Greenbuild Conference. And he spoke about the environmental crisis globally, and he spoke about in terms of how it disproportionately affects third world countries and families in poverty. And when you're talking about water and you're talking about energy and you're talking about food, those types of things, as Desmond Tutu describes them, as are a crime against humanity. And in our microsystem here, I think we can make a difference in that regard. I think any efforts we make on resource conservation on this effort allows the board and the superintendent to redirect those resources into these priorities that we've defined. So I'm glad you asked the question, because I wanted to articulate that on behalf of what we're trying to accomplish here with sustainability. So after that little editorial comment, I'm going to introduce Dr. Carroll on the revision at ECF.
And thank you, President Roberge, and all the members of the board for taking the time to consider this issue tonight. So as Joe mentioned, we completed the Sustainability Management System, or the SMS, last spring. It was a very comprehensive effort. We had multiple stakeholders involved within and beyond our organization. And one of the recommendations that came out of that process was to bring forward a policy supporting sustainability for the Board of Education's consideration. So I'm going to give you a little bit of information about the policy. We did send the draft policy language to all of the participants in the SMS process and community members interested in sustainability, which totaled more than 150 people. We received a lot of positive feedback about the policy and just in general about our efforts around sustainability. What we're recommending is a revision and expansion of BVSD's existing ECF policy, currently named Energy Conservation. We're recommending the adoption of our proposed language and that the policy is renamed to Environmental Sustainability for two reasons. One, to reflect the broader scope of our current efforts, and two, to underscore our community partnerships in this area. So some of the language in the policy has been adapted from the following sources: BVSD's vision for sustainability as defined in the Sustainability Management System process, Resolution number 0907, which was a resolution supporting collaborative efforts between the Boulder Valley School District, the University of Colorado Boulder, Boulder County, and the City of Boulder to progress toward environmental sustainability. A lot of the language in this new policy is taken from the old policy, Energy Conservation, which was created about 30 years ago and then revised in 1990. And then some of the language is from the American College and University's President Climate Commitment. So while energy conservation is an important cornerstone to sustainability, there are many other components. So I want to take this opportunity to just tell you a few examples of what we've been doing since past spring that fall under the umbrella of sustainability. For renewable energy, we've nearly completed 2 more installations of solar photovoltaic systems on our schools. So we're going to have 7 schools with these systems, and we have a few more planned through bond projects and our partnership with Sombrero Marsh. Green building is another important component of sustainability. We did complete our report detailing green design in our Phase 1 bond projects and received a lot of positive press about that. And we now have guidelines for our remaining projects in terms of sustainability. Waste diversion, we've been able to divert a lot of furniture from the landfill that are coming out of our schools due to the bond project of last spring and in the, over the summer through partnerships with Resource and our warehouse staff. We've also received a lot of positive press around that. Education is a big part of this. And this fall, we're kicking off a pilot education campaign with New Vista High School. So we're working with a group of enthusiastic students over there and teachers, and we have the support of their principal. And then transportation, the American Lung Association of Colorado selected the Boulder Valley School District to participate in their Casio project, Clean Air for Schools Engines Off program. So we're starting that this fall. So just to take the opportunity to give you a few examples of the good things that are going on that fall under this umbrella. So I'm going to take a minute to read the proposed language for the benefit of the people listening and watching. It shall be the policy of the Board of Education to become a leader in environmental sustainability by creating healthy buildings and learning environments while providing students with the skills to address the systemic challenges faced by the world in this new century. This policy shall commit each district employee and student to enhancing efforts around environmental sustainability through the implementation of the district-wide sustainability management system. It shall be the responsibility of the district's administrators to direct, monitor, evaluate, and report periodically to the Board of Education and the public on the district's progress. So I just want to close by thanking you all for taking your leadership in this area. As an educational institution, it is very important to be educating about sustainability and modeling sustainable behaviors. This is about doing the right thing. It reflects the values of our community, and it can also help our bottom line, as Joe mentioned. So thank you.
Board members, questions or comments? Leslie.
Well, I'm just so excited to see this day. I can remember, gosh, how many years ago now, Ken? When the bond project was starting up and community members were contacting us about trying to build more green or remodel more green, and we met with them. There were some city council members, a county commissioner, and here we are developing this policy, as you say, reflecting our community's values. So I think the board has done a really good job in community engagement and working in partnership with our community. We're not alone, as you said. Previously, we actually have signed an MOU, so it's a partnership also. The district, the city, the county, the university, where we're all trying to, in our own way, become more sustainable and make a smaller impact on our environment. Jean asked about the education, and actually, you know, we've read the studies that you've provided that natural daylighting helps students think better. I'm sure teachers like teaching in those sort of classrooms, reduction of chemicals such as the VOCs and so forth, is just better for students. So I strongly support broadening and renaming of this policy, and like I said, I'm excited to see this day. Thanks for your work.
Lori.
I too am really excited to see this kind of work come forward, but I'm a little concerned about some of the language in this document. And the word I'm most concerned about is in the second sentence that says, this policy shall commit each district employee and student to enhancing efforts around sustainability. And I'm not sure that we can have a policy committing every student to doing something. I think we might urge them to consider thinking about environmental sustainability, but I don't know that we can commit every student to enhancing efforts around environmental sustainability. I mean, I get your gist. Yeah. I mean, and I think it's a really good thing to ask every student and every employee to be involved, but I don't think that we can expect that this policy will actually accomplish that. I don't want to set us up to doing something we can't do.
And I took that language from the original energy conservation where it says, it shall be the responsibility of each district employee and student to actively participate in the conservation efforts. So maybe that language is more agreeable.
Responsibility is softer than commit.
I'd like to urge everyone. Encourage. Yes, thank you. Encourage is a better word. I just would like to look a little bit of making sure that when we get it, that it's something we can really do. Otherwise, I think it's great. Thanks.
It's very pragmatic. I like it.
The words.
I would, for the monitoring in there, it says periodically monitor and report back. You know, I wonder if we want to put in a yearly reporting mechanism. I think this community has always had a tremendous interest around this, and putting something in there, a yearly report, seems appropriate from periodically to yearly, if that's not too often, but yet not too infrequent.
Yeah, and we chose that word very carefully because policies, as you know, this one was originally adopted in 1978 and hasn't been before you for almost 20 years for revision. And so we wanted to, although our SMS right now currently commits us to an annual report. We've actually been before you on this matter more than once in the last year, so we may be before you reporting more frequently than a year. And as this becomes more integrated, maybe 5 or 10 years down, this might be a secondary issue for us, and so we may go to a biannual or something like that. So we chose periodic to allow that flexibility to come to before you more often, and potentially come before you less often.
You like seeing you, Joe.
I was just going to mention
I'm
something
sorry,
off
go ahead,
of
Leslie.
Jim's. I actually highlighted that too, and then I thought, well, at one point, we were discussing going to policy governance, and I didn't know if this would automatically fall within the structure of the
I've got comments on that.
monitoring and reporting. So,
Jean?
Okay. It doesn't want me to talk, it won't turn on. Okay, so now, you understand we have a lot to read, and so my initial response was to the comment, it shall be the policy of the Board of Education to become a leader in environmental sustainability. And I'm thinking that as a school board, we should really become a leader in educating, teaching, and learning. And so that was the impetus of my first comment. As I look at this, and the dates, and the original title, which was energy conservation, I can see that it's really dated. And yes, conservation was something that I learned in school, which makes it really old-fashioned at this point. So I understand, as we're talking about environmental sustainability, that is the future of where we're going. I think the comments that have been made have all been really salient, and we don't need to go over them. So, but my big question, and the one that I did not have time to deal with, was, is this the only policy? Okay, so here's my concern, is that we have been looking at policy. My understanding is that we have 2 5-inch books of policy. And so the idea is that we have a tendency to write policy and put it in the book and not to check and see what else is in the book. And so I didn't see any related policy to this. And so I don't know if there is anything else in the book that's related to this particular policy. And I just wonder, did you look?
Yes, so is the short answer, and which is why we're bringing forth before you a revision and not an addition. So we didn't want to we did initially look at creating a sustainability policy, and then when we contacted CASB and we were talking about, this is the policy that energy and sustainability comes in as ECF through CASB. So we decided to revise this. It does refer in the policy to the SMS, which is more of a dynamic document. So it really
That's this.
That's this.
Okay.
Yeah, so it refers to that, and that kind of, in a de facto sense, becomes a regulation that defines this. But it has a more dynamic aspect to it that it'll be evolving.
Revised.
Yeah.
It'll be revised sooner
Exactly.
that rather than adding new policy to the book.
Yes.
Good. That's all I needed to know. Thank you so much. It's always a joy to work with Gita.
After
Oh,
you
and
mention-
Joe.
After you mentioned that there are 150 people that looked at this and had some input into this, I'm really afraid to say what I'm going to say. But I will play the Len Goodman role here, I guess, if any of you have been watching Dancing with the Stars, and say that when I look at a policy, I mean, first of all, the sustainability system is wonderful. The work that you're doing is outstanding. But I have some concerns about the way the policy is written. And the criteria that I think I kind of use is, first of all, there needs to be some easily understood language and, no jargon and that kind of stuff. And I started thinking about people who work in this every day probably have a pretty good idea of what sustainability is, but these policies have to be written for the community. And sustainability seemed to be a little squishy to me in terms of what it really meant. I agree with Jean that somehow kids need to be the center of this. And the first sentence comes in and talks about the Board of Education becoming a leader in environmental sustainability. I'm not sure that this is what we want to achieve as a policy. So I go back to some of the things that we learned as part of the policy governance work that we did. And that is, good policy defines what good is produced for whom at what cost. And then, of course, there's this whole stewardship piece of this that I think is secondary to the kids, but certainly an important part of what we as a board are expected to be doing for our community. And finally, I think a policy should be pretty clear in its definition of what's the board policy and what's the responsibility of the superintendent and staff. So as I thought through all of those things with this, it seems to me that the real good that's produced here that's around kids is that the future well-being of our kids really require that they understand the limits of the Earth's finite resources, that they learn the processes by which these resources are replenished and recycled, and that they learn lifestyles and technologies which will help maintain our quality of life while reducing the consumption of these resources to a level that's sustainable over time. And so when I went and did some research on what sustainability means, I mean, those were sort of the key points. And I think that it would be good for us to be more specific about that. And so really what this is children focused, what we want them to learn and understand about sustainability in order to be able to inherit this world and to manage it properly when they're in charge. I think secondarily, the second point is we really want to set a good example for our students, and we ourselves want to be good stewards of the public assets as well as the Earth's resources. And that I think because of that, we really want, as a board, to write into policy that we expect the district to conduct its operations in a way that is sustainable, which means that we minimize the use of non-renewable resources and use renewable resources at a sustainable level. But I think the language that's in here is really good about continuing to maintain a safe, comfortable, and cost-effective learning environment, because that's another thing that we have to provide for our students. And then finally, as I thought through this about the sustainability management system, it seems to me that really what the board wants to do is direct the superintendent in this policy to create and maintain this district-wide sustainability management system. And I think the purpose of that really is to create and maintain programs district-wide that achieve the goals that we set out in the first part of the policy. And then finally, to monitor and evaluate that, not only to the Board of Education, but also to the public, as you've written into this. So I really like that part of the policy that you presented. But also, I think and we've talked about this from time to time as a board, we also want to monitor the progress or we also want to monitor the cost effectiveness of these programs. And, when we talked about creating this system, we talked about the funding for this should ultimately come from the savings that we have in energy use in the system and that sort of thing. And I think the policy should reflect some of that. So, as I kind of went through this, those were the things that came to mind that I thought should be in the policy, and would make something that I'd be proud to have 20 years from now when some board looks at this and say, wow, they did a good job of writing this policy 20 years ago. So anyway, that's my comments. Any other? Sorry to take so long.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
Do you want to send them your
I'd be happy
language?
to. I was trying to
I don't
get
think
this
they got
done
that all
early
down.
enough. No, and I've got this written out, so I'd be happy to share this with the board members. But I wanted to not necessarily propose the language, but really cover the main points that I thought were important to this. So, sorry, I just get to be a wordsmith and I can't help it. Any other comments or? Okay. Thank you.
Well, I guess I do. So then where are we? I guess what we'll do is give the comments that you made, comments that others have made, bring it back again and what is this informational item? Is that, or?
This is study, so at some point we
still
should
would be a study.
approve this policy, right?
We should, but probably not next time.
It's up to
Right.
the rest of the board.
the
I would like
agenda
to see it,
setting.
yeah, I would like to see it brought back for further study.
Some additional revisions to do based on this feedback, study again next time.
That's fine, right. Okay, thank you. Our final item, not our final item, our penultimate item here is the revision of the B policies. And there's really kind of three parts to this. The first one is, last time, the board made some comments about incorporating the officer election process that we had been using into policy BDA, and also to look at the wording around new policy BBA, which deals with the staffing and appraisal function of the board. So perhaps the best way to deal with this first is let's go to the attached policy BDA, which is the board organizational meeting, and let's take a look at the see if I can find the page on that. It's in the PDF. It's 116. I don't know. I guess we really haven't solved the page problem, but it's under BDA, Board Organizational Meeting. And the paragraph that we changed was the business about, was.
That's in the 922.
Yes.
1013 packet.
No, it's in the 922. In the online version, it's the 922 packet. It's one, if you're looking at the PDF, it's 116. If you're looking at the HTML version, it's in the 923, I think is what it is, attachment.
It would be page 5 if you had it all printed out.
Right, okay. So it's file BDA. Right. It's the fourth paragraph. And what we did is we took the, and Jim, chime in if you want. What we did is we took the language from the memo that Teresa Steele and Angelica Schroeder came up with, and we changed it a little bit and cut a few things. And so now it reads, 1 week prior to the board organization meeting, Board members interested in serving for an office shall submit in writing a short letter of interest to the board secretary. This letter will include information about the candidate and why he or she would like to serve in a particular position. Board members should not campaign for a position outside of the letter of interest or make agreements in advance concerning votes for office. Voting for president and vice president shall be by secret ballot. The rest of it is unchanged from the previous version.
So are you saying are you saying that that information was not included in it last week, at our last?
That's correct.
And why are we including it now?
Because the board at the last meeting suggested that the policy committee go back and incorporate this election procedure into the policy.
Okay. I'm not at all sure that I agree with this. I didn't agree with it at the time. I don't understand why we're making a statement of board members should not campaign for a position outside of the letter of interest or make agreements in advance concerning votes for office. What does that mean?
Leslie?
Well, I think this came out of when Patty and I were first elected on the board, and we got lobbied pretty hard and felt pretty uncomfortable about the whole proceedings. So we came up with another way of making interest known if we want to run for an office or not.
Well, I would think that we really have to, I mean, the whole point of board activity is talking to each other. I mean, if you feel that you were lobbied heavily, you know, I apologize. You know, I don't know what else to
I'm not
say.
necessarily saying you.
I know, but I'm saying, you know, I'm sorry that it may have felt that way, but you know, I mean, and it is the first thing you do when you get on the board. I, in fact, had 2 days' notice. Now you have, you know, 2 or 3 weeks' notice, and not to have any conversation about who's in, about the officers and what's happening, and you know, I just, you know, I think that that's a pretty prescriptive statement to put in. I have no concern about submitting the letter, but those. But that particular sentence that says board members should not campaign for a position outside of the letter of interest or make agreements in advance concerning votes for office sounds really negative about the whole process. And you know, I mean, here's 7 people who are going to work together for at least 2 years. You should be able to have those conversations, even if they're difficult to have. So that's my opinion.
Other comments? Lori?
Yeah, the part that I was sort of thinking about was not that someone might be campaigning for a position, but might be saying, gosh, I think somebody would be a great officer. And so maybe the candidate isn't saying, please vote for me, but maybe someone may be saying, I'd like you to vote for her. And so, you know, I mean, I think it's a tricky thing when we start saying we can't have conversations. And this doesn't say that. This only says the candidate can't. But if I'm not a candidate, can I say? I mean, can I urge somebody? So I agree with Jean, I guess is what I would say, is I think it's okay to talk. I think about leadership and about responsibility and what it means. And I think if someone felt imposed upon or pressured somehow don't vote for. I mean, if they're going to be
And it's a secret vote.
inappropriate somehow or pushy somehow, you know, I mean, we all are lobbying about everything. And it seems to me, I mean, you know, I feel strongly about this, not so much about that. What do you think? What do you think? So you know, I'm with Jean. I just think it's important with leadership to be able to talk about it.
Jim?
So as the policy committee, when we looked at this, I agree with Jean and Lori. You know, I think if you're going to run for office, that you're going to need to handle these types of things. I do understand, however, that there is a history of this in the district, and what was done was to try and address issues. That I've been here and the issues haven't recurred kind of strikes me that something was working about it. As a policy committee, I think we left the word should not campaign as trying to point out a norm. This is a board norm, and board norms are notoriously hard to enforce. This would be an unenforceable thing, and it goes back to Lori's argument: is if you don't like being strong-armed, then you have a mechanism for dealing with that. At this point, I would say we're kind of split on this, being, do we include it, do we not include it? And with two members being gone, perhaps we bring this back again and take the full temperature.
The next change to this part of the policy is if you page up a couple above that to BBA. It's like 4 pages above, I think. And while you're looking for that, the issue...
Oh, wait, just 2 Bs.
2 Bs, right, 2 Bs and an A.
Not the 3 Bs, just the 2 Bs.
Right. So the issue on this one is about staffing, and it originally said the board is responsible for employing the staff necessary for carrying out the instructional program and so on. A couple of board members raised the issue that really we rely on the superintendent as the CEO of the district to make a lot of the detailed decisions about this. But on the other side of this was the issues around the fact that many of these things are actually provided for in state law. So we as a committee sat down with Melissa Mecke and took a shot at the wording that you see here about the board appointing and evaluates the superintendent, and the superintendent makes all the personnel recommendations and so on. So that's, once you take a look at that, and then we can have a discussion, and I'm going to turn the meeting over to Leslie
Ken?
again for a minute. So.
The first sentence is law, is that correct? The board is responsible for employing the staff necessary for carrying out. Isn't that piece law, which is why we didn't pull it out?
Yes.
It's the law. And then our qualifying comments are that the board appoints the superintendent. Okay. Thank you. I don't see any problem with it.
Anybody else? Boy, we're a small group here. Okay, so then this one is going to stand as is. So this one's okay.
Well, I mean, I just said I didn't.
No, I know. But if no one else is saying there's an issue, then, okay, so let's bring it back. All right. Jim, since you're our sole policy person at this point, what's the next one that we need to look at?
So those were the recommended changes from the last discussion. So suggest we would proceed to comments on the new proposed policies, and I will diligently make notes. Does anyone
So that would be the,
That would be the 10-13 package?
yeah,
Yes.
okay. I go by the HTML. Are you going by the PDF? Lori?
Of a PDF.
You know what page that is, Jim?
So in the PDF, they are all together. So perhaps if we just go around, if you've made notes of comments on policies, so that
So we're on
BDB is the first one. Yes, Jean?
I'm assuming that President and Vice President 1 through 13 is a job description. It also says the President of the Board, in addition to the duties prescribed by law. I'm trying to figure out if there are additional duties prescribed by law, or if 1 through 13 include all of the job description. Anybody know?
turn to
Melissa, can you help us out on that one?
Well, honestly, I haven't looked at that issue, other than this was the CASB model policy that you all were working off of. And I'm trying to remember what's in the statute about the duties of the president. Because presiding at meetings is, I think it's something really general like that.
I mean, I felt it was pretty comprehensive. I was trying to figure out what else could there be. There's 13 things listed there. That seems pretty comprehensive. But I also felt like if there was something else that was included in law, that it should be in this list of job description so that all of the information is in one place. So maybe you could check on that and see if there is additional law, or if this.
I can certainly do
Would
that.
you
And
do that?
I'm also speculating that it might be drafted this way in anticipation, as laws change, that obviously the president would follow the law, and then these other duties.
And you
are
would
expected.
rewrite the policy.
You wouldn't need
You
to.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
I think part of what the committee's been trying to do in cleaning up these policies is to get rid of things that are outlined in law, so it's not repeated again in the policies.
Right, and that's the whole point of
Lean and
mine.
mean.
Yeah,
I would-
lean and mean, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I would call out number 3 on the duties of the president and vice president. And that was changed from the printed work session packet to reflect current practice, as we got feedback last time, where there's an agenda committee which includes president, vice president, treasurer, and superintendent to plan agendas. So while that does reflect what currently happens, according to our board policy, the treasurer is an appointed/elected position, and it's that way due to state law. So at some point, you could end up with this policy in place, an appointed treasurer, not part of the board, planning the agendas. I'd point that out. This is reflecting current practice, but there is kind of a disconnect, minor.
It seems to me at one time we had a discussion about that, and it was clarified that the president and the vice president and the superintendent were the ones who were supposed to do the agenda setting. So we've changed practice or policy, and so that's the way it would be written now.
We're on BDB.
Continue.
Okay, so at this point, can we leave it as is?
I'm fine.
Okay.
And I did just look up that statutory provision. If you wanted me to read it to you, it's actually quite short.
Sure.
I did just look at the statute that talks about the duties of the president and vice president. The president of the board shall preside at all meetings of the board. He shall sign any written contract to which the school district may be a party when such contract has been authorized by the board. and he shall sign all official reports of the district except where otherwise provided by law. In the absence or inability of the president, the vice president shall have and perform all the powers and duties of the president. So that's the extent of the statutory duties.
And that's included in here. I mean, those
three.
those
about the
three
vice
are
president.
listed there. Okay,
So it's a little of each.
sounds good. Done.
Wait, no, we're still going through the new
I'm sorry.
policies,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
With board office. Oh, okay. right.
BEC.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, keep going. You're,
Any comments on BEC?
oh, but no, there was an additional comment on the business about coordinating negotiations. Remember that? Helene brought this up last
Oh,
time.
for executive sessions?
Right. No, under board officers. Right. And since, you know, it was brought up last time, and since we hadn't formally considered this particular policy, this one was not on the agenda last time, we decided to leave it the way it is and have that discussion after everybody had a chance to look at it. And at the last meeting, Helene brought up the issue that she didn't think, well, first of all, coordinating negotiations is not in the CASB policy. And the only reason we brought it forward on this is because it's in our current policy. And so she was asking if that should be eliminated from the list of powers or responsibilities of the president. So I personally tend to agree with that. Any other discussion about that particular thing?
BVEA has asked us, ever since I've been on the board, to have someone from the board on the negotiating team. We have always said no. So if we're going to say no, then it shouldn't be in our list. If we intend to continue that policy of not having a board member sit on the negotiation team, then it shouldn't be on our list. If we're going to reconsider that issue, then we should reconsider the issue before we pull it off. But I've never heard any one who was, you know, occasionally we talk about it, but we've never really been willing to put a board member onto the negotiating team, and I've heard some really good arguments for why not. So either take it off or put somebody on the negotiating team.
Other comments or?
Well, I think it's just sort of ambiguous. I mean, what does coordinate negotiations mean?
Lori?
Right. Is it set the tone, or does it make a decision, or does it direct the team? I mean,
Sit
direct
on
the
the team?
superintendent, or direct the... So it probably is something that should just be eliminated then, because it is vague. On both words are vague.
Right, and what negotiations? I mean, labor negotiations, negotiations with community groups, I mean, you know, what does it mean? So I think, you know, as I've thought through this and listened to other people's, you know, comments, it just seems like this doesn't seem like it really needs to be there, and why put it on if it serves no useful purpose? So is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now we can move on to.
Okay. Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Could I ask a question? We have secretary here, and we have an appointed secretary. So are these, what am I trying to ask? Who is an employee who has a job description? I mean, is are the descriptions for the secretary necessary for board officers? And the same would go for the treasurer. Are those, are those the jobs that you do, or are some of these staff position jobs? I don't know, and I was just asking.
Well, I think the law says that neither the secretary nor the treasurer need to be members of the board. That's all it says.
And that's in policy BDA.
Right, that's in BDA.
Right.
However, I guess then that brings up the issues about are these, if the secretary is not a member of the board, are any of these inappropriate? And I guess I actually hadn't thought about it until just now, but if I look at the treasurer's duties, serving as chair of the audit committee, is there any kind of a statutory requirement that the chair of the audit committee be a board member? And is that, you know, if we were to follow this policy and appoint a treasurer who is not a member of the board, would we still want that person to serve as chair of the audit committee? If that's not the case, then perhaps we should re-look at that. Sounds like a question we need to take forward.
Well, you know, the audit committee, I don't believe is actually in statute, but I believe an audit committee is important for the district to have. In other policy, we have 2 board members required to be on the audit committee. So while one serves as chair and the other one is a member, if the treasurer wasn't a board member, we would still be, by policy, having 2 board members on there, which I think is the more important thing, is the composition of that committee, the fact that we have community members on that committee, calling it out in policy as often as possible to provide financial transparency and oversight is a net good thing.
Okay, so any objections to leaving that in? Okay, so getting back to the secretary, we're okay with?
Yeah, with the duties.
Okay. So let's move on then to BEC, which is executive sessions. There's really no changes to that from, I think, what was given out as a draft. I think this is right out of state statute. Okay. The next one is BEDA, notification of school board meetings. Comments or concerns about that?
I just have a question about these little boxes.
Right.
Will those get removed?
Yes.
Okay.
Again, the idea, I think, when we put this together is that we wanted all the board members to have the annotations from CASB, so. I think the only issue that we discussed in this one is this business about notification. Does that change if, you know, if we do email and that sort of thing? And I think we decided that no, it's fine the way it's written. And there was originally a question about this, maintaining a list of persons who in the previous 2 years, so on. And Melissa checked into that, and that's right out of statute, so we have to do that. Okay?
Is that revised every 2 years?
The statutes?
No.
Or,
The list.
oh, the list, I don't know. I mean, we have to ask the superintendent how.
I guess my question is, the district shall maintain a list of persons who within the previous 2 years have requested notification of all meetings or of meetings when certain specified policies will be discussed. Is that, do we periodically contact those people and see if they are still interested, or do we just continue to add people to the list? You know, do we check and see if they've died? You know, just
Hey, Sandy.
I just, you know, it just seems like it might be.
Well, we don't have a list, and now that we've gone with an electronic and a paperless board system, they are posted for anybody to view. There used to be a point in time where we had a few people that requested copies of the board packet, but that has pretty much gone away since it's now available to
In the
anybody.
spirit of this age, you'd probably say something like equivalent of it's posted, or it shall be posted on the website for preview by people.
So is all the information that we get posted for the public?
Yes.
Okay. Well
maybe
then,
we
one
should-
would not have to maintain the list. Do we need to take that to the legislature and make sure someone crosses that off their list?
I guess as
Do
long
we
as
have to have a
it's-
law?
I guess as long as it's still in statute, yeah. I mean, if we don't,
It's
it's,
sort of like those constitutional deletions that, we get to vote on every once in a while.
Right.
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
they should bring up to
Accumulated
their
stuff.
attention that, most
Okay.
people are in the electronic age and.
okay. The next one is agenda, which is BEDB. And we basically revised this from the CASB to basically reflect what we actually do. And since the draft that we handed out in the notebook, we really put in the third item, which is the executive session if needed, since that's basically what we do. Other than that, it's all pretty much the same. I would point out that there is an inconsistency, which I didn't notice until today as I was reading through this again, that the first sentence in here says that the superintendent, in conjunction with the board president, shall prepare an agenda outlining the matters to be brought to the board's attention at meetings. That's somewhat in conflict with the board president's duties to sort of chair the agenda-setting committee. So I'm wondering if we probably need to bring those two into compliance, and the question is, should we take that part of it out of the duties of the president and really put that under the agenda policy, where probably it would be easier to see? Any objections to that?
No, that makes sense.
Okay, so
Wait, what are you saying? Which one are you talking about?
if you look at the board officers, the one we looked at earlier,
Right.
and under the first, I think it's actually the first it's like the third of the board president's duties. It's to work with the treasurer and the superintendent and
So you're just.
we have one of
So
these.
you're just talking about aligning
Right.
it should probably start with the board president in cooperation with the superintendent and other members of the agenda committee, or?
Well, one of the things we tried to do is eliminate two different policies that address the same issue. And what I noticed with this is that we really have two policies that sort of address the same issue of how do we set agendas. And so my thought is that it would be much better to put the agenda, where do we define the agenda committee, the agenda setting committee in that process? Probably make much more sense to put it under the agenda policy and take it out of the, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
so we'll come back
I
and
think,
take a look at
I
that.
think it's part of the job description of the board president, though, and I'm not sure it shouldn't, two lines shouldn't be included in both places, but.
It's a possibility. Okay, the next one, BEDD, is pretty straightforward. It's the rules of order. Comments? Next one is voting method. This was interesting because the policy committee changed aye to yes to reflect our current practice. Melissa pointed out that the state statute actually says we're supposed to say aye when we vote. So we need to change the statute, or we need to change the way we vote. This is really profound stuff, folks. All right, I know it's getting late. Let's get through this real quick. All right.
Oh, sorry. I have a question on this one. It says, a member may abstain from voting only if excused by the board for good cause. Why? I don't understand why a member cannot abstain just because they wish to abstain. Do they have to give good cause? Do I have to ask your permission if I can abstain?
If that's the board's permission.
Well, you would be the board president. You would be the speaking for the board. Do I have to ask permission? Is that what it says in law?
I actually believe it does. I mean, I think the point of this is that people
It does
should-
say that.
If you don't,
Okay.
if you don't want to take, if there's a
I'm just making-
controversial issue and you don't want your name on it, you know, are you allowed to abstain just because you don't want to be
What's
part
the
of that vote?
consequence if you choose not to vote, though? I mean,
Yeah.
what happens?
I don't know. I mean, that's a
Okay,
really,
so-
that's a really interesting question.
Public censure. And so if I don't want to vote, I just get up, walk out, you vote, I come back. That's not exactly transparent.
Sure, if you're not here, you don't have to vote.
That's right. Okay, so I'm making a list of the things I'm taking down.
Oh, this
to
is
the
this is
legislature.
exactly this is I don't know.
And I will.
Jimmy, you
I
taking
will.
notes? We'll look at this and
I
we'll
will.
see.
I will write you all a letter when it comes out on the ballot issues of things to. Okay, never mind. Riggs is giddy. We've got to go home.
Let's go. Yeah, well, we're all getting that way. So let's try to get through this really quickly. And I'm. So this is the third attachment? Right. So what this was is after the policy committee had gone through all of the parts of BAA that were duplicated and were eliminated and so on, we ended up with a list of leftovers that didn't fit well into existing CASB policies. But we're in our existing policy, so I guess at some point we felt it was important to highlight these things and see if we want to bring them forward, and if so, where do we put them? So, Leslie.
Well, I think item number 2, under items dealing with norms.
Right.
I didn't really know this, so it might be good to include, and I don't know which policy it would go under. Meetings?
I guess we'll have to decide that, but I guess, I think maybe the best way to do this in lieu of the late hour, let's talk about the things that you think should be carried forward, and we'll go back and we'll try to
Okay.
figure out where to put it.
So I think item number 2.
Okay, so we want to carry forward with that. Okay. I question whether 1 is necessary.
Me too.
All right, so any objections to that? We're going to take that one out. Each member shall bring their appointment calendar. Take that out?
Yeah.
Good. Personal privilege. I don't know, is that part of Robert's rules, Melissa?
And does it have a
There,
time limit?
that reference to 10 minutes is actually in Robert's rules.
So we don't need it since we already mentioned Robert's rules and the way we conduct our meetings, right?
Okay. No member shall, the decorum and conduct part of that? I think what this is not have 2 meetings going on is
Yeah.
what this really says. You know, do we need that sort of thing, or is that something that the chair really should be? I think maintaining the order of the meeting is something that's part of the chair's responsibility in Robert's rules. And I think that it's probably the responsibility of the board president to make sure that
Right.
we have 1 meeting going on.
So does it need to be stated?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, and I don't think number 2 does either. I mean, that's.
That's your
But
job.
number 2 would be also the job of the president to,
Or the chair, not necessarily the president,
chair
but the
to-
chair of the meeting, yeah. Protest?
I didn't quite understand what that meant.
If you don't agree with something the board did, I guess that this is saying you have the right to make sure that that's placed into the meetings, into the minutes of the meeting.
Except for we just passed a new policy about minutes, which are not, so this would be something that we would add, say,
Oh.
excuse me, I would like this included in the minutes. So a person could ask for that if they wanted.
Well, it seems to me that since we're now, you know, our policy at this point now is that we're going to make the recordings of the meetings available. I don't see a need for this. Because
So-
I think you can always say that, right? I mean, that's part of the personal privilege if you feel that
Yeah.
you can ask the chair to recognize you and say that you didn't agree with this action of the board, and that's now on the
On the
video.
record.
So
So-
it doesn't need to be in the minutes.
So does it make sense to delete it then?
I would.
I think so. Yep.
Okay. This thing about committees and reports,
I say get
this
rid
is
of it.
really a norm kind of a thing. And it just seems to me that that's unnecessary.
That-
Yeah.
It's repeated twice.
Yeah.
Is there any, there's no reason to have it repeated twice. Can't we figure out where to put it and leave it there?
I don't think we even need it.
I don't think we need
Yeah.
it.
You don't need it?
I don't think we need 3 or 4.
Okay, cool.
Voting, the issue here was this idea of contemporaneous voting. In general, I believe that our policy says you have to be, if you're going to vote, you have to be present physically at the meeting. But there was one exception in our current policy about the amendments to policies concerning the board operations and the appointment of members to fill board vacancies and the appointment of a superintendent. Would really allow people to participate in the discussion and vote by telephone. Now, I don't know why this got put in there. And I don't know, Melissa, do you know, is this common? Is this part of Robert's rules? I mean, how do we deal with this issue, particularly in this age of electronics and cell phones?
I'm trying to remember, we had a discussion several months ago about the voting issue. Did we just look at the voting CASB policy?
Right, and it's not in there that I can find. I don't know, it seems to me that we should be limiting voting to members who are present, but that's just my personal view.
I'd like to go back and historically figure that one out, because I believe that at one time there was a vote to be taken on a superintendent appointment. And I think that may be when this piece was added, because the timing of the vote was such that some board members were, or at least one board member was out of town and couldn't change, and so I think that historically, and there was an issue around that. I don't know that so I don't know why, I don't know whether I want to eliminate it or not. If I had the information, the historical circumstances, I might know better whether how I felt about it.
Okay, Lori?
Well, I would say it'd be good to go back and take a look at a historical question if we can come up with what it is. But in my mind, I think it's important to leave it in, because those are 3 really important things that are about membership of this board and hiring a superintendent, which is something that everyone should be able to be involved with, even if they can't be present at a meeting. Because for one thing, we've been already probably through dozens of meetings when you hire a superintendent. So you probably have the information and the discussion. Seems reasonable to me to leave it in, and maybe you can find a good place for it.
Okay. Of course, the the other thing is that we can always, as a board, vote to suspend the rules.
Oh, that's true.
And so, I mean,
Certainly
really,
matter.
do we really need to cover this? Because if there is an exceptional case, we can always, as a board, vote on that.
So could you vote on it the same night that somebody's calling in to vote?
Uh-oh.
I assume so.
Roberts.
And I actually think, these cases come up so infrequently that the first thing we would do when it comes up is ask legal counsel what are the current state statutes, et cetera. So in some ways, it's important to have, but it's also something that we would be checking with legal counsel on anyway. The question, I think, for the board is, we should, or the policy committee, figure out why historically it was there, and bring that back so that we can have some more information on it.
Okay.
And then on to the next.
Committees.
So the next item is committees composed of members of the board. I couldn't find anything, and I guess no one else on the committee could either, where this idea of board members forming subcommittees, like the policy committee, for example, is covered. And yet, in our board retreat several years ago, we talked about, in order to try to minimize the total workload on the board, that we would like to try to, I know we're not doing a good job tonight, but would try to have more committee work that then would come back and report to the board as a whole. I think if we still support that idea, this probably is something we should carry forward in policy.
Ken?
Yeah.
The note I made here is, what type of reports do you want and how extensive should they be? In the past, we have had people who have reported on ad infinitum. And there are some reports that may be important, and there are some reports that may not. And quite frankly, as your representative to the Resolutions Committee for the next few days, those meetings are not really important enough to report on, except maybe once or twice, like the 2 resolutions we had this evening. I would think that, I think you need to do some more work on the committees and reports part. I would like to see the policy committee work on what kind of committees do you want, what kind of reports do you want. That would all go with the liaison work, who's going to be liaisons to what? Do we need liaisons to everything? So I would think that would be something that you'd all want to talk about sometime.
So are you suggesting we defer this to the point where we talk about liaisons and that sort of stuff, or do you want us to try to bring something forward?
I think that's part of the discussion. So if you're going to go to liaisons, but somebody should do some work on it first. Don't just bring it back the way it is.
Right, okay.
Bring it back with some suggestions.
I think we have enough to. Yeah.
Oh, there's another whole page. I thought we were done.
Yeah. No, but we're getting close to the
All
end
right.
here. Requests for information. I believe that number 1 is in state law and can be eliminated. Number 2, this really defines our RFI process. And I think this process has served us well. And I would like to find a place to put it. And maybe
Yes.
we'll leave it in BAA, since there would no longer be a BAA policy if we eliminated all of this stuff.
You might
So
want
2,
to add
3,
the
and
word
4.
add the word members to number 3. Requested to other board members. The tail end,
Great.
Just thought you might.
Okay, and finally, let's see, we have public hearings, and now it's getting late, and I'm losing my mind. What did we decide on this, Jim?
What did you say?
I'm trying to decide what we decided on this thing about public hearings. It's not in the CASB policy. It doesn't appear to be in state law.
Right, and there are a lot of other board policies that refer to public hearings, and they happen very infrequently, so, I mean, I would tend to say not include this detail, because there are different types of hearings that come up through policies, and there's no reason why you can't just decide on what that procedure would be and give everybody notice for each particular item, since it's so infrequent.
And I couldn't determine whether we were talking about public hearings or public participation.
No, this is
So,
public.
I know it lists public hearings, but down here, there's language that sounds like public participation.
Right.
So you might want to just, I'd like to refer this back to the policy subcommittee to take a look at it, see where the duplications are in policy, and pull out if there's public participation comments that aren't covered somewhere else, that we should pull those out and include them with public participation. And like Melissa says, use the other policies for public hearings.
Okay. I mean, the closest thing to this that I can remember is the meeting we had at Louisville Middle School. At Louisville Middle School, where we got together with the community, and that seemed to be the closest thing to this. Okay, so we'll bring this back. All right, so last but not least, agenda setting. We'll move on to the next item, which is agenda setting. Let's try to be brief. And what would you like to add to the list for the agenda setting committee that meets this week?
I would like to know what the schedule is for the next 49 days.
Okay.
I have that we will have a board meeting on the 27th of October.
That's the works.
Isn't that the
That's
regular board meeting?
Right. There will be no work session.
There will be no work
Announce
session.
that this month. October.
Will there be a board meeting on Tuesday, the 10th of November?
Yes.
That board meeting will not include new board members. That's, okay, because we haven't, do we have another board meeting in November? Or are we canceling the board meeting in November?
We will cancel the second meeting in November, which falls during that week of
24th.
Thanksgiving. Yes,
Okay.
but it, I think, still has to be determined if you'll have a work session that third week or not.
That's still, please hold in November, the November work session for now.
December
Is-
1st is a special meeting.
Right. That's when you're off the hook.
All right. And do we have a schedule for that? Do we know what time we're starting?
Yes, there will be a reception from 5 to 6 for you and Patty, and then we'll have the oath of office and certifying the election results beginning at 6, and then the election of officers after that.
And that will be all that's included in that meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Anything else? Lori?
Are you taking a motion?
To adjourn? No, I'm asking, is there any other things for agenda setting? The answer is, please no. Jim?
I just wanted to know what my schedule was.
I would like to request an information on the item on the flu protocols that schools. I know there's been an update, and like to see if we can put something together.
What was that?
An information item on flu protocols that schools are currently utilizing. Flu.
Influenza. Okay, I need a motion to adjourn. Lori, second. Leslie, hearing no objections, we are adjourned. Gavel to gavel. I'm sorry this went so long.
start anything new. And at what point would you? Yes. I want to know if you. What, the pink? I thought you were great in pink. She was great in pink. I was going to say something.
That was like 2 hours ago. You could have said
Yeah.
something, yeah.
I really could have said it then, huh? You gonna laugh? Okay.
Well, you know what? If pro football players can wear pink, please, I can wear pink. Oh, I remember those days. Well, just
soaked in moisture.
It was a form of long underwear there for a while.
Yeah. The only water resistant thing.
All right, adios. See you mañana.
Good night, Leslie. Good night, Ken. Oh, Leslie, did Boulder Weekly fix their error?